26. Could I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Brownstone.
Here.
Councilmember Nagengast.
Here.
Vice Mayor Penrose.
Here.
Mayor Ruddick.
Here.
We have a quorum.
So we have a couple items on our agenda this evening. The first one is a study session related to legal property documents that the city has to consider in order to effectuate this project. I'm going to set a couple of ground rules here. So because there are so many people and probably more online I can't see, I'm going to allow everybody just 2 minutes to make your statement, and there will be no going over. When you have 30 seconds left, the light on this little box over here is going to flash yellow, and then it'll flash red when your time is up, and I'm going to ask you to stop right at that point. So please be respectful of each other and the council when people are talking. This isn't the Roman Colosseum, so I don't want any applause or boos or claps or any of that kind of behavior. This is a respectful civil forum, and I'm going to enforce codes of conduct. So this is a study session. We're going to be talking about 2 different documents. Before the council starts asking questions, I'm going to take public comment and start there. And as you can see, I have a very thick pile of speaker slips here. So a reminder, you have 2 minutes. Yellow light means 30 seconds left. When it bleeps red, you need to sit down. So we're going to start. Sorry? Is it a long presentation? I think we start with the public. Yeah. And actually, Councilmember Nagengast is going to make a statement first. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. But for the record, before we begin on both of the items relating to 555 Kelly, I'd like to disclose that prior to my time on the City Council, I filed an appeal regarding this project as a private resident. I have considered this matter and confirmed that I have no personal or financial interest in this matter, and I want to state that I will consider the lease agreement and the affordable housing property disposition agreement, as well as the potential extension of the E&A based on the documents before the council, the staff report, and public comments. And tonight, I know there will be a lot of passion regarding this project. I've heard some really negative things about me. Some of them have been borderline threats. But having worked in city government, and I've worked in this town in Half Moon Bay, I know passions run strong. Those that know me know that I don't judge who you are. I look at the project or the thing and its location and how it fits into the community. So I just wanted to make those statements because I've heard a lot of things out there, and I just felt it's important to state what I did. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nagengast. I'll just make just in case it comes up, Councilmember Johnson is under the weather this evening and will not be attending. He sends his regrets. So I'm going to begin with Patty Ramirez. Patty, are you here? She will be followed by Lucy Miller.
She's going to read it, and then I'm going to do a side translation.
You can lower it for her, too.
Okay, thank you. Buenas tardes, estimados miembros del concilio.
Good afternoon, members of the council.
Primero quiero agradecer la oportunidad que me dan de expresarme.
I want to appreciate the opportunity to express myself.
Lo voy a leer todo.
Sí.
Comparezco hoy no solo para presentar un argumento, sino para recordar una realidad que a veces queda oculta detrás de estadísticas y reportes. La vivienda no es únicamente una estructura física, es la base psicológica de la estabilidad humana, la dignidad y la seguridad familiar. Cuando una comunidad carece de vivienda accesible, no solo se produce un problema económico, se genera estrés crónico, incertidumbre, desarraigo social. Las familias viven en la constante preocupación de no saber si podrán permanecer en un lugar donde trabajan, educan a sus hijos y contribuyen al bienestar colectivo. Esta presión constante deteriora la salud mental, debilita la cohesión social y limita la capacidad de las personas para prosperar. Pero hoy quiero enfocar su atención en un grupo que sostiene silenciosamente nuestra economía, la comunidad campesina y los trabajadores esenciales. Son las manos que cultivan nuestros alimentos, quienes mantienen funcionando nuestros servicios básicos, quienes cuidaron de nuestras ciudades durante los momentos más difíciles. Sin embargo, muchos de ellos no pueden permitirse vivir en las mismas comunidades que ayudan a sostenerse. Esta contradicción no solo es moralmente problemática, sino estructuralmente insostenible. Y desde una perspectiva jurídica y de política pública, el acceso a vivienda asequible no debe considerarse únicamente una iniciativa social, sino como una inversión estratégica en la estabilidad económica y laboral de la región, como es la costa de Half Moon Bay. Cuando los trabajadores esenciales deben desplazarse largas distancias para encontrar vivienda accesible, aumentan los costos de transporte, disminuye la productividad y se debilita la resiliencia de la economía local. Por lo pronto quiero agradecerles el permitirme que yo exprese lo que siento y respetuosamente les solicito que consideren las medidas para ampliar o para hacer un hecho real del 5.5 Kelly. Por último,
Gracias. You need to wrap it up.
por último, I was the person who was living in 5.5 Kelly. I was the last one person there. And I remember when the council mayor, and that time it was Penrose, and she was giving me a hug and says, "You will be fine in another beautiful place." I'm asking the same.
Yeah.
Please.
I need you to sit down now, but thank you. Nicholas, do you want to read her statement quickly?
Yes. I'm here not only to present an argument, but also to remind you a reality that sometimes is hidden behind statistics and reports. Housing is not only a physical structure, it's the psychological base of the human stability, dignity, and family security. When a community lacks accessible housing, not only produces an economic problem, it generates chronic stress, uncertainty, and social disarrangement. Families living in constant preoccupation of not knowing if they can stay in the place where they work, where they educate their children, and they contribute to the social well-being. This constant pressure deteriorates the mental health, weakens the social cohesion, and limits the capacity of the people to prosper. But today I want to focus in the attention of a group that is supporting silently our economy, the agricultural community and the essential workers. They are the hands that cultivate our food, who support the functioning of our basic services, who care for our city during the moments, the worst moments. Besides that, many of them, they cannot afford living in the same community that they are helping to support. This contradiction not only is morally problematic, but structurally unsustainable. From the from the political policy perspective, the access to accessible housing, it shouldn't be considered unique only as a social initiative, but as an strategic inversion in the economic stability and labor of the region. When the essential workers have to displace and move for long distances to find an accessible dwelling, that increases the cost of transportation, diminishes productivity, and weakens the resiliency of the local economy.
Thank you. Could you stay there for a minute? I want to check in. What is our policy when we have Spanish speakers in terms of time allotted?
Right, so it depends on how the translation is completed. What happened here is the speaker did all of their comments in Spanish, so they're given 2 minutes, and then the translation takes as long as it needs to take. If it's a back and forth translation, we give them 4 minutes, and however long it takes for them to speak and the translation happens, it's limited to that 4 minutes.
Well, I think Nicholas ought to explain that for this meeting so that people, abide by those standards.
Right.
So if you could, do you need it to be repeated again for you, Nicholas, what the policy is here?
You want me to say it in Spanish to all the
Yes.
present? Las personas que van a estar hablando aquí en español y necesitan interpretación, tienen, si lo hacen de esta manera, 2 minutos, solo 2 minutos para expresarse, leer lo que tienen y luego yo voy a estar interpretándolo. Si lo van a hacer de manera consecutiva, tienen que expresarse en frases cortas y yo voy a interpretar al inglés inmediatamente. Y tenemos 4 minutos para expresarse. Sí, de lo contrario, es solamente 2 minutos el tiempo que tienen para hablar. No sé si me comprenden. ¿Sí? Okay. Thank you.
Gracias, Nicholas. Our next speaker is Lucy Miller, followed by Jennifer Moore.
Okay. My name is Lucy Miller. I am 9 years old, and in my short life, I had no idea that there was other types of
Could
housing.
somebody help her with that mic?
My name is Lucy
Thank you.
Miller, and I am 9 years old, and my name is Lucy Miller, and I am 9 years old, and in my short life, I had no idea that there were other type of housing, and I had the opportunity to meet my friends and grandparents who are farmers, and I realized that they are very kind and full of love. They began to love me like if I was their own grandchild. And today I have to come to ask you of the construction of the building on Kelly Street, because I do not want them to leave just because they can't afford a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Jennifer Moore, followed by Suzanne Moore.
Just a little bit taller. Hi, my name's Jennifer Moore. I've spoke many times. I just want to make some very clear points. Do we really think this is the best we can do for our hardworking farm workers? A mass density building? No, I do not think this is the best we can do. My son's father is Mexican, so that means my son's half Mexican. His family prides themselves on growing vegetables in their yards, having barbecues, family gatherings. I don't see how this building's gonna suit that. So my passion is more about what's best for everybody, including our hardworking farm workers. I'm still not clear. I still don't have a clear answer on who will be living at 555 Kelly. It should be our local farm workers. You have not resolved mass transit issues here on the coast. We clearly do not have mass transit. Are the tenants going to be safe, being it's for senior farm workers, not ADA compliant? And I want to know how it's monitored. Are we going to check in every year? Are we going to make sure everything's kept to a standard that all the rest of us have to live by? I don't want to see another Moon Ridge in the middle of Half Moon Bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Suzanne Moore, followed by Joanne Rokoshki.
Good evening. As far as I know, Jennifer and I are not related. Okay. Honorable council members, city staff, and coastal neighbors. Suzanne Moore, coastal resident. 55 Kelly is special. Created with community input and designed to gather community, Kelly stands as a testament and acknowledgement of the value of our agricultural laborers, their essential work, and their special place in our community. In the future, when we celebrate the centennial of farm worker housing, we will recall a time when our community and our county stepped forward after a terrible tragedy to preserve and support an invaluable coastal asset, our farm workers. Data alone cannot quantify the contributions of our farm workers and what they bring financially, culturally, historically, and collaboratively to the coast. Their contribution is irreplaceable, and they deserve both community respect and gratitude. Thank you, City of Half Moon Bay, and all who have been involved, and council members. Please see 555 Kelly, the project safely home. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joanne Rokoski, followed by Harvey Warbach.
Hi, I am a member of Faith in Action Bay Area and Coastside Faith in Action, two groups comprised of people from many different faith traditions who are united by the value that every family deserves a safe, secure home. I'm also a member of the Unitarian Universalist Coastside community, which states as one of its principles the worth and dignity of every person. Yet farm worker families struggle to find and afford housing that is safe and secure. This is despite working long hours to farm the land and grow the crops that so many of us who go to the farmer's market love to enjoy. Not long ago, I learned of one man who is 66 years old but still working 7 days a week. His day begins at 5:30 in the morning. It ends at 5:30 at night. Despite these long hours of working every single day, he can't retire. And when he told his daughter that when he does, he will not be able to stay here because he can't afford it. This is the kind of person 555 Kelly will serve, with units affordable to those 55 and older. This housing will show our farm worker community that we value them. In the words of one of our members, we want to see, in quotes, this building as a symbol of this community caring, a monument to our caring, deeply caring for this usually invisible population. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. The next speaker is Harvey Rarbach, followed by David Rakowski.
I want to address the council about an issue that a lot of people have made objections to this project, and that's parking. When the community center across Kelly was first being permitted, I thought that parking was going to be a terrible issue. But the very first year that that center was in operation, we had 1,300 people come to listen to Jackie Spear, and everybody was able to find a place to park. The other objection has to do with the farmers market, but Erin Torme has said that she's okay with having 555 Kelly. The project makes no net change in the public parking spaces at Shoreline Station. Then in the future, because it's going to be a while before this project is completed, there are many possibilities for having more parking. One is right across the street. There's plenty of parking at the Catholic Church. If we can convince them that that would be a good place, that's fine. Alas has parking in its new space across Kelly. Then there's the talk, and I hope it comes to fruition, of a parking garage that would be built, probably close to downtown center, and that could alleviate some of the parking. And then from a longer range point of view, my belief is by the time this project comes to completion, there'll be a lot fewer cars on the road. Autonomous vehicles are coming. There'll be less traffic, less need for parking. So I hope that this one objection goes away because it's a wonderful project otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Harvey. The next speaker is David Rakowski, followed by Jordan Grimes.
Yes, I'm Dave Rakowski, and I moved here to the coast side 11 years ago with my spouse, Joanne. And I noticed the same thing happens here, and I'm actually speaking to the council here. You're experiencing the same thing that we experienced where we moved from. When projects for affordable housing come up, you always get those folks who come up here very earnestly with concerns about, they first say they really want good housing and affordable housing, but just not this group, not this place, not with this parking, not at this height, etc. That's not a criticism of them. It's just a fact that you have to deal with. And you're not going to get that Goldilocks project. What you got is a project in front of you that's doable, that's attainable. It's for a good cause. It's something you can be proud of when it happens. Goldilocks, the perfect is not going to come. You've got something tangible. Do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder that the project itself is not the subject of tonight's meeting.
Every
It's the
decision
legal
you make
documents.
about the process affects the outcome.
Right, but we're not going to be talking about parking or any of that stuff. All right? So the next speaker is Jordan Grimes, followed by Sandy Vella.
Good evening, Council, Honorable Mayor. My name is Jordan Grimes. I'm a volunteer member with Housing Advocacy Group Peninsula for Everyone. I'm not going to be particularly eloquent tonight because, frankly, I think like a lot of people in the audience, I'm pretty pissed that this is still going on. It feels a lot like Groundhog Day. This is, I don't know, my fifth, sixth meeting on this topic. So I want to talk tonight about imperatives and obligations, both legal and moral. The farm working community is the heart of Half Moon Bay, full stop. The food you put on your tables, they pick with their bare hands. The municipal dollars that flow into your budget come from the industry which is built around them. They provide for you in every way that matters, culturally, financially, spiritually, and it is time that you do the same for them. But maybe equally as important is your obligation to the state of California. You have made commitments to the state via your housing element, which is 3 years overdue, by the way, to advance this project. Your delay and other actions have already invited significant scrutiny from both the governor and attorney general, and I would urge you not to test them further. 555 Kelly is built and designed by the very people who need it most. The project is, I believe, the essence of the very best of Half Moon Bay, and I urge you to sign the lease agreement tonight and advance the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. The next speaker is Sandy Vella, followed by Steve Hyman.
Good afternoon. I just had a few points as it relates to the lease agreement. We shouldn't add an annual walkthrough of apartments to ensure maintenance and upkeep and adherence to all aspects of the tenant lease. Also restrict subleasing of tenants to other tenants, which happens a lot. So I want to have that in writing as well. As far as parking is going to be a problem. We all know that. We have to figure it out, but it's a problem. One of the things we could do that I didn't see in the lease agreement is provide residents parking permits. Also, we should restrict car repairs from not being done in this parking lot while we're all trying to go to the basketball game. That would be an obstacle for us all. In addition, I would just like to say, again, I've said this on Saturday, I'd love to see senior farm workers move over to the available space where the county is built by the post office. That's a great single-level implementation of housing that everybody could be proud of and everybody likes. No complaints whatsoever. So that's a superior housing situation. The thing with 555, it's squeezed into the wrong place. It's not that the farm workers don't deserve it, they do, but just put the people in the right spot. And with my, excess time here, the only other thing I'd say is, again, put the leasing agreement, the $1 per year for 99 years. Put it on the ballot. That's onerous. Our kids are going to own that. We're all going to be gone, and things will change. Everything will be autonomous, like Harvey indicated. We don't know what the hell is going to happen then. So getting into an agreement like a $1 for 99 years is insane.
Thank you. Your time's up. The next speaker is Steve Hyman, followed by Bill Hevlin.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a real estate broker. I've been a local business owner, and I have to say that as far as Kelly Avenue goes, I have been against this. Oh, I should first say that I am probably the most pro-growth, pro-property rights person in this room. So there's rarely a project that comes up that I don't see a lot of merit to. But I have to tell you, with this project, it's just jaw-dropping in terms of its cost. I find $1.1 million per studio apartment just insane. You can buy a house, you can buy 70 places at Sandy Cove for what this is going to cost. But to me, what is really tops the case in terms of absurdity is the $1 lease, $1 a year lease for this property. You have a $5 or $10 million piece of real estate with the permits and the variances you've issued, and it's not worth $1 a year. You probably didn't get an appraisal on it, and you've just taken something that was really very questionable, and adding $1 a year for a lease just makes it really kind of absurd. So I'm sorry to say, I just cannot support this in any way, and I know I've stated that many times. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Bill Hevlin, followed by Noreen Cooper Hevlin.
Esteemed City Council members, my name is Bill Hevlin, and I am a principal lay leader of the Unitarian Universalist Coastside community centered here in Half Moon Bay. These City Council meetings at the Ted Adcock Center bring this community together, bring the Hispanic and Anglo communities together. Just a few other forums bring these communities together. On Thursday mornings, I cook for the community breakfast at Coastside Lutheran. It also brings these communities together. Another example springing to mind is Table of Plenty, a forum that also brings the Hispanic and Anglo communities together. Proposals for the lease agreement with Mercy Housing include provisions for hosting community events. In effect, 555 Kelly would become another forum for bringing the Anglo and Hispanic communities together. Some might interject that 555 Kelly somehow feels different. I would agree. In all other such forums, the Anglo community acts as the host. At 555 Kelly, the hosts for this community space would become the Hispanic community, providing a new space for us to come together. This, I submit, is what healing feels like, looks like. Therefore, I ask for you to embrace this opportunity, and I hope to see you tomorrow for breakfast.
Thank you, Bill. The next speaker is Noreen Cooper Hevlin, followed by Christy Samuels.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Ruddock and esteemed council members. My name is Noreen Cooper Hevlin. I'm a member of both Coastside Faith in Action and our local Unitarian Universalist Church. I'm here to urge you to approve Mercy Housing's lease at 555 Kelly Avenue. Our Latino neighbors account for nearly 29% of the city of Half Moon Bay residents, but there has been a nearly 7% decrease since the 2020 census. There is a reason for this decline. Living on the coast has become unaffordable for many, and farm workers earning less than $30,000 a year are being forced to leave a center of gravity for equity and care in downtown Half Moon Bay, you are ensuring that those who have labored in our fields for decades can age with dignity, health support, and community connection they deserve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noreen. The next speaker is Christy Samuels, followed by Rosia Avila Garcia.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm just here as a community member. I heard about this project a while back. I've been watching it develop. I'm a physical therapist. I live and work locally, mostly with seniors. I have had the privilege of visiting a lot of seniors in their homes, people who cannot make it out to clinics for care, including farm working community seniors. And I will say that the housing conditions that I found were, it was difficult for me to understand that that was happening coastside. I don't think a lot of people really understand the circumstances that a lot of our farm working community are living in their homes. One of the things that makes me proud about being a coastsider and having raised my children here, having volunteered in the schools, is the way we care about one another and we care for one another and the way we come together to help each other. I don't think there's going to be an ideal, absolutely perfect housing situation. And when we talk about whether or not this is all that our farm working community deserves, I don't think any housing project can hope to aspire to meet that need. But I will say that this project has been developed with a lot of input from that community. They know best what they need and what the services that they need. And they have had a lot of input into making sure that those are available to them here. So I think we can trust them to know what they need, and we can trust them in their support of this project. And I'm just here to say that I support them and my community in having a project like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christy. The next speaker is Rocio Avila Garcia, followed by Francisco Villalobos.
Buenas tardes, alcalde, miembros del Consejo. Mi nombre es Rocío Ávila. Desde el año 2022, cuando se empezó a hablar de este proyecto, algo cambió en nuestra comunidad. Muchos campesinos, personas que han trabajado la tierra por años, incluso décadas, empezaron a sentir algo que no habían sentido en mucho tiempo: esperanza. Esperanza que algún día podrían tener un hogar digno. Esperanza poder envejecer sin miedo. Esperanza a quedarse en un lugar al que han dedicado su vida. Han pasado 4 años desde que este proyecto se presentó ante ustedes, y aquí seguimos, con la misma fe, con la misma esperanza del primer día. Ellos no están pidiendo lujo, no están pidiendo privilegios, están pidiendo algo básico, un hogar digno. Las personas que han dado tanto en Half Moon Bay merecen terminar sus años con estabilidad, respeto y con tranquilidad. Yo sé que ustedes son personas justas y confío en que se sabrá hacer lo correcto. Aprobar el 55 Kelly es más que una decisión, es cumplir una promesa de esperanza que empezó en el 2022. Por favor, no dejen pasar más tiempo.
She has already translated into English. I'm going to read the page. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Rocio Avila, and I am a member of the Housing Committee and community leader. Since 2022, when this project was first introduced, something changed in our community. Many farm workers, people who have worked the land for years, even decades, began to feel something they had not felt in a long time: hope. Hope that one day they could have a dignified home. Hope to grow old without fear. Hope to remain in the place to which they have dedicated their lives. 4 years have passed since this project was presented to you, and here we are still, with the same faith, with the same hope as the day one. They are not asking for luxury. They are not asking for privilege. They are asking for something basic: a dignified home. The people who have given so much to Half Moon Bay deserve to spend their latter days with stability, with respect, and with peace. I know that you are fair leaders, and I trust that you will do what is right. Approving 555 Kelly project is more than a decision. It is fulfilling a promise of hope that began in 2022. Please do not let more time to pass. Thank you for listening.
Gracias, Rocio. The next speaker is Francisco Villalobos, followed by Candido
Hola,
Rosales.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Francisca Villalobos, para apoyar al 55 Kelly, personas que nunca han tenido una situación poder encontrar un lugar para vivir y que no han vivido con otras familias, saben lo difícil que a veces pueden ser, y se lo digo porque esto me pasó a mí. Pido, por favor, digan sí a estas viviendas campesinas, así ellos pueden tener un lugar digno donde pueden descansar. Yo soy campesina por más de 26 años, sigo cultivando flores en todo, es algo que me gusta, pero también tengo que hacerlo para poder pagar mi renta. Ahora tengo un lugar digno donde puedo vivir tranquilamente, y quiero otras personas que tengan lo mismo, la oportunidad que tuve yo, poder llamar una casa hogar. Muchas gracias.
Good evening to all. My name is Francisca Villalobos, and I'm coming here to the council members to support 555 Kelly. People that have never had the situation to try to find a place to live, that have not rented or lived with other families, don't know how difficult how difficult it turns to be. I can tell you this because this happened to me. I am asking that by favor say yes to this housing for farm workers. And in that way, they can have a dignified place where they can rest. I am a farm worker for more than 26 years, and I continue cultivating flowers. It's something that I like, but also I have to do it in order to pay my rent. Now I have a dignified place where I can live quietly, and I want other people to have the same opportunity that I had and to call a house my home. Thank you.
Gracias. The next speaker is Candido Rosales, followed by Adeline Landavade.
Rocio is going to read it on behalf of him because he's going to present himself, and then I'm going to translate this. Oh, okay.
Yo daré el testimonio del señor Cándido. Mi nombre es Cándido Rosales. Soy un campesino retirado y trabajé por más de 30 años aquí en Half Moon Bay. Después de toda una vida de trabajo, hoy vivo una realidad muy dura. No puedo vivir con mi esposa y mi hija. Ellas rentan un cuarto con otra familia y yo tengo que vivir en otro lugar también, compartiendo con otras personas. Estamos separados no porque queramos, sino porque no tenemos otra opción. A mi edad, lo único que deseo es algo tan simple, tan humano, vivir junto a mi familia, despertar en el mismo hogar, compartir una comida y estar presente el uno para el otro. Les pregunto con respeto, ¿creen ustedes que es justo vivir así después de más de 30 años de trabajo? ¿No debería una familia poder estar junta? El proyecto 55 Kelly representa mucho más que un techo para mí. Representa la oportunidad de volver a ser una familia, de vivir con dignidad, con tranquilidad y amor. Les pido desde lo más profundo de mi corazón que no me nieguen esta oportunidad de estar junto con mi esposa y mi hija. Gracias.
¿Cuántos años tiene? Okay. Thank you. This man has 67 years old. I will share the testimony of a retired farm worker from our community. My name is Candido Rosales. I am a retired farm worker, and I worked here in Half Moon Bay for over 30 years. After a lifetime of hard work, I am now living a very difficult reality. I cannot live with my wife and my daughter. They rent a room with another family, and I have to live somewhere else, also sharing space with others. We are separated, not because we want to be, but because we have no other choice. At my age, what I want is something so simple, so human, to live with my family, to wake up in the same home, to share a meal, and to be there for one another. I ask you respectfully, do you think it is fair to live this way after more than 30 years of work? Shouldn't a family be able to live together? The 555 Kelly project represents much more than a roof for me. It represents the opportunity to be a family again, to live with dignity, with peace, and with love. I ask you from the bottom of my heart, please do not deny me the opportunity to be with my wife and my daughter. Thank you for listening.
Gracias. Adeline followed by Carolina Carbajal.
Hi, my name is Adilene Landaverde, and I'm the granddaughter of two farmers. And I'm the daughter of a woman who crossed the border however she could to safeguard my life from the violence in our country. It was my grandparents who welcomed us to this land of opportunities. This day I've come here to represent my grandparents and to talk about the incredible job that they do for Half Moon Bay. They woke up at 5 a.m. every single day to be able to get to work at 7 a.m. My grandma specializes in planting and packing plants. She loves her job and her plants because to her they are hers, even though she's just another employee. But she does her work with love and responsibility and lots of dedication because she's worked so much time in those huge houses full of heat and wetness for more than 15 years. She has lost her sight, and that's why she has to use glasses. And apart from that, she also suffers of rheumatism on her hands, and currently she suffers from a severe bone condition due to spending so much time in the extreme heat and being exposed to chemicals and lots of more problems. Something I have to say about my grandfather is that he's the best grandfather in the world that I've ever known. He loves me unconditionally, and he's like a father to me. He works all day in those greenhouses, which serve to help the plants bloom so they can be sold quickly and exported through the country. So goes his day-to-day life, and it doesn't matter if it's a holiday. They will soon reach retirement age, but I fear that they will no longer be able to work and be unable to afford their current housing, especially since as immigrants, farm workers, they are not entitled of a pension. And I would not want them to end up living on the street because they can't afford where they live. Please help me ensure that they can have a fair and dignified place to live. Thank you.
Thank you. Great reading. Carolina Carbajal, followed by Ana Rosa Vasquez.
Muy buenas tardes a todos y gracias por acompañarnos en esta nueva reunión por este proyecto.
Thank you to all, and thank you for coming and to be here in this special meeting.
Quiero empezar hablando un poquito de lo que les traje este día, una pequeña muestra de todo lo que son los agricultores.
I want to start talking about with a small show of everything that we do as farm workers.
Creo que no necesito decirles por qué son tan importantes en este pueblo, ¿verdad?
I don't need to tell you why they are so important in this town.
Ellos sostienen no solo la economía de este país, también sostienen a todas nuestras familias produciendo el alimento que consumimos.
They not only support the economy of this country, but they are supporting all the families that work just picking up the food that we are having.
Desde el 70 al 80% de los que producen el alimento en California son hispanos.
The 70 or 80% of the people that produce the food in California are Hispanic.
Quiero recordar las palabras que dijo nuestro gobernador.
I want to remind about the words that our governor said
cuando vio la situación del tiroteo en Half Moon Bay.
When he saw the shooting in Half Moon Bay.
Por favor, vengan, vivan como ellos viven.
Please come and live as they do.
Viven en contenedores.
They are living in containers.
En contenedores, y lo recalcó.
And he just resembled that.
Él estaba molesto de la situación.
He was really fed up with the situation.
Ha pasado muchos años y no se construyen viviendas accesibles.
So many years have passed and there's still no available housing being built.
Los trabajadores siguen trabajando a pesar de la situación.
Besides the situation, the workers keep on working.
El trabajo no para, la familia siguen produciendo.
The work doesn't stop and the families keep on producing.
Quiero comentarles la historia de lo que sucedió en Oregón hace poco.
I want to share a story of something that happened in Oregon not far ago.
Pueden observar la fotografía del granjero en la parte de abajo.
You can see the picture of a farm worker in the poster down.
Su nombre es Cy Meyers. Él es un granjero de Oregón.
¿Cómo se llama? Oh, his name is Shai Myers. He's a farm worker from Oregon.
Él tenía un campo completo y no lo pudo cultivar más porque no había mano de obra.
He had a field, but he couldn't work on that field more because he didn't have the farm workers to do that.
Por la situación de inmigración.
Because of the immigration situation.
¿Qué hizo él? Hizo un video en TikTok diciéndole a la población que fueran a recoger la comida.
What did he do? He did a video in TikTok asking the people, the population, to go to the field and pick up the food by themselves.
6,000 personas fueron al campo a cosechar la comida.
6,000 people went to the field to have the crop.
¿Qué dijeron? Que era un trabajo muy duro.
What did they say? It's a very hard work.
Que duele la espalda, duelen las rodillas.
My back hurts and my knees are in pain.
Hay mucha tierra, hay mucho polvo.
There's too much dust and soil.
Eso es lo que viven los campesinos.
That is what the farm workers are experiencing.
Ahora les digo a ustedes.
Now I am telling you.
¿Quisieran un día ir ustedes a cosechar la comida de Half Moon Bay?
Would you like to go one day to have a crop for Half Moon Bay?
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Ana Rosa Vasquez, followed by David Herrera.
Hello again. Hola, mi nombre es Ana Rosa Vázquez. Soy residente de Half Moon Bay por más de 35 años y ahora soy una trabajadora agrícola retirada. Trabajé en una florería por muchos años hasta que ya no hubo trabajo para mí. Desde mi experiencia, encontrar un lugar asequible para vivir sola se me ha hecho muy difícil. Tengo que compartir vivienda con otras familias para poder seguir aquí. Estas situaciones hacen que vivamos con demasiado estrés dentro de nosotros. El 5-5 Kelly me dará la oportunidad de tener mi propio espacio para mí y sentirme mejor tanto física como mentalmente. Tenemos el derecho de tener un hogar digno para vivir como muchos de ustedes, porque hemos pasado trabajando más de la mitad de nuestras vidas y contribuyendo a que Half Moon Bay sea mejor.
Hello, my name is Ana Rosa Vasquez. I have been a resident of Half Moon Bay for more than 35 years, and I am now a retired agricultural worker. I worked in a flower nursery for many years until there was no longer work for me. From my experience, finding an affordable place to live on my own has been very difficult. I have had to share housing with other families in order to remain here. These situations create a lot of stress for all of us. 555 Kelly would give me the opportunity to have my own space and to feel better, both physically and mentally. We have the right to a dignified home. Like many of you, we have spent more than half of our lives working and contributing to making Half Moon Bay a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Herrera, followed by Pedro Romero. Is David Herrera here? I'll set this aside for the time being and call Pedro Romero. This is David?
He's David.
Okay.
Soy David Herrera y vengo aquí a que nos apoyen y queremos que nos ayuden pues con vivienda. Y pues
I'm David Herrera, and I'm here asking for your support because we need housing.
y queremos saber si nos ayudan.
And we want to know if you can help us.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pedro Romero, followed by Patino Vasconcelos.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Porfirio Vasconcelos.
Good afternoon. My name is Porfirio Vasconcelos.
He sido agricultor en el área de la bahía por muchos años.
I have been an agricultural worker in the Bay Area for many years.
Trabajando largas jornadas para cultivar las flores que llegan a esta comunidad.
Working long hours in order to cultivate the flowers that are from that come to these houses.
Siempre me he sentido orgulloso de mi trabajo.
I have always been proud of my work.
Y del esfuerzo que he puesto durante toda mi vida.
And of the effort that I have put in my work all my life.
En la agricultura.
In agriculture.
Sin embargo, después de tantos de dedicación a la granja,
however, after so many years of dedication to the farm,
donde trabajaba cerró las puertas.
The farm that I used to work, they closed their doors.
Desde entonces he estado luchando para poder encontrar una vivienda estable para mí y para mi familia.
Since then, I have been fighting and struggling in order to find a stable housing for me and for my family.
La situación ha sido tan difícil que ha afectado mi tranquilidad, mi salud mental.
The situation has been so hard that it affected my tranquility and mental health.
Porque no es fácil vivir con la preocupación constante de saber si tendremos un lugar donde vivir.
Because it is not easy to live with the constant preoccupation of not knowing if we are going to have a place where to live.
Por eso estoy aquí hoy.
That's why I'm here today.
Para pedirle a ustedes,
to ask you,
los comisionados que tienen en sus manos la oportunidad de cambiar el futuro de muchos campesinos como yo.
The councils that have the opportunity in your hands to change the future of many farm workers as me.
Que hemos trabajado por muchos años en esta área y ahora no tenemos un lugar digno donde descansar.
That we have been working for many years in this area and we don't have a dignified place where to rest.
Después de largas jornadas de trabajo.
After long hours of work.
¿A dónde vivir cuando llegue el momento de retirarnos?
And even where to live when the time of retirement comes.
El proyecto de vivienda representa para nosotros más que un edificio.
The housing project represents to us more than a building.
Representa seguridad, estabilidad y la posibilidad de envejecer con dignidad en la comunidad donde hemos trabajado.
It represents security, stability, and the possibility to age with dignity in the community where we have been working.
Toda nuestra vida.
All of our lives.
Les pido que piensen en todos los trabajadores agrícolas que han dado su esfuerzo por esta región.
I ask you to think in all the agricultural workers that have given their best effort to this region.
Y que hoy solo desean un lugar seguro donde pasar sus noches.
And that they only expect to have a safe place where they can spend their nights.
Thank you very much. Gracias.
Okay, gracias.
Muy bien, gracias.
And I apologize for pronouncing your name wrong. It's Porfirio, not Portino. I apologize. We haven't heard from Pedro Romero. He was supposed to be after David. Is Pedro Romero here? I'm going to set it aside for now and call Ms. Haro, H-A-R-O. And I can't make out your first name. I apologize. Sensenciana Haro?
La señora Aro está aquí.
I'll set this aside for now. Could we hear from Guadalupe Figueroa?
She is Miss Aro.
Ms. Haro, okay,
Hola,
thank
buenas
you.
tardes. Mi nombre es, soy María Aro, pero voy a hablar por mi hermana.
I'm going to speak on behalf of my sister.
Okay.
Sí sería una buena idea que se hicieran las viviendas 5-5. No es fácil, pero tampoco difícil. Solo esperar la voluntad de Dios para si se hace o no.
I know it's not easy, but it's something needed to do the housing. And it's hard, but it's the will of God to do that.
Porque la verdad es triste ver las personas que están viviendo en diferente lugar.
It's very hard to see people living in different places.
Sí, porque no se puede estar juntos aunque quieran.
Yes, she's referring to families because they cannot be together even if they want.
Solo tenemos que esperar lo que Dios decida. Porque, pues, como les digo, no es fácil, pero tampoco difícil.
We only have to wait until what God decides, because even though it's not easy, but it is not impossible.
Como persona que también trabajo en el campo, es duro estar desde las 7 de la mañana hasta 5 o 6 de la tarde.
As a woman that works in the field, it's hard to be there from
de 7 a 6 de la tarde.
From 7 in the morning to 6 in the afternoon.
Y hay veces que me dicen, María, ¿nos podemos quedar una media hora más para completar el pedido? Denle.
And sometimes they ask us, Maria, can you stay half an hour more in order to finish the petition or the... Yeah.
Aunque estemos cansados, venimos a trabajar para sacar nuestras familias adelante.
Even though we are tired, we come here to work in order to raise and support our families.
Y sí. Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Guadalupe Figueroa, followed by Ramon Senegui. Senegui.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Figueroa. Soy un campesino de la tercera edad que ha trabajado toda su vida en la agricultura, en la cosecha, y me pongo frente a ustedes con el corazón en la mano para pedirles que nos vean como lo que somos, seres humanos que han entregado su vida al trabajo, al esfuerzo y al bienestar de esta comunidad. Nosotros, los campesinos, también soñamos con un lugar digno donde descansar, un hogar donde sentirnos seguros bajo un techo, donde podamos vivir nuestros últimos años con paz, dignidad y esperanza. No es un secreto la gran crisis de vivienda que nos afecta en Hammond Bay. Después de décadas de trabajo, largas jornadas de sembrar y cosechar, de llevar el alimento a cada hogar, muchos de nosotros tenemos un lugar donde pasar la noche, tranquilos, donde cerrar los ojos sin miedo. Por eso hoy les pido con todo el respeto y la pasión que tengo en mi corazón, que digan sí al proyecto de Vivienda 55. Este proyecto no es solo concreto y paredes, es un refugio de dignidad, un hogar soñado para los abuelos que hemos trabajado en los campos para que finalmente podamos descansar como merecemos, rodeados de seguridad y amor. Hoy les pido que piensen en nosotros, en nuestras manos llenas de trabajo, en nuestras espaldas cansadas, en nuestras vidas dedicadas a esta tierra. Denle a los campesinos la oportunidad de tener un lugar donde puedan cerrar los ojos con tranquilidad y vivir el resto de sus años con paz que tanto merecen.
My name is Guadalupe Pedro Figueroa. I am an agricultural worker from the in the third stage of life that has worked all the life in the agriculture in the coast. Today I come before you with my heart in my hand to ask you that to see us as what we are, human beings that have given their life to work, to effort and the well-being of this community. We, the farm workers, we also dream with a place, a dignified place where we can rest, a home where we can feel secure under that roof, where we can live our last years with peace, dignity, and hope. It's not a secret that there is a housing crisis that is affecting us in Half Moon Bay. After decades of working long journeys, sowing and harvesting, planting and harvesting, of taking food to every home, many of us, we don't have a place where we can spend a night in quietness, where we can close our eyes without fear. That's why I ask you, with all respect and the passion that I have in my heart, to say yes to the project, housing project in 555. This project is not only concrete and walls, it is a refuge of dignity, a dream home for the grandparents that we have given everything to our fields so that we finally can rest as we deserve, surrounded with security and love. Today, I am asking you to think in us, in our hands that are full of work, our backs that are tired, and our lives dedicated to this land. Give the workers, the farm workers, the opportunity to have a place where they can close their eyes with tranquility and live the rest of their years with peace, the peace that we deserve. Thank you.
Gracias. Ramon Senequi, followed by Cornelio Valadoro. What's that? Having a hard time reading the print. Cornelia, Ramon, Valadosa. Is that Valadosa?
Bueno, muy buenas tardes, consejo. Ahora voy a hablar unas palabras.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm here to speak some words.
Soy campesino aquí el pueblo Jajumbe
I am a farm worker here in Half Moon Bay.
y ahorita vengo a escuchar el proyecto que es hasta el año 22.
I'm here to hear and to speak about the project that started in 2022.
Entonces ese proyecto es Kelly 55 Kelly. Yo por mi parte yo estoy pensando que todos los ancianos que tengan viviendas dignas para ellos.
I'm thinking about this project 555 Kelly and for all the people that have a dignified housing for them.
Para que ellos no sufren como los demás. Yo he visto unos ancianos sufren. Entonces yo digo por el amor de Dios, ustedes como consejo, ven por estas personas, los ancianos que no sufren. Eso es lo que yo pido a ustedes.
I've seen people that grown-up people, elder people that are not suffering because they have a dwelling place, but there are many others that don't have, and I'm asking you to consider those that don't have a dwelling place for their suffering to help them.
Porque ellos trabajaron mucho. Durante sus 20 o 30 años que trabajaron en el campo, pues tienen derecho de una vivienda digna para su familia, sus nietos, que van a vivir bien, feliz a ellos.
Because they have been working for 20, 30 years, and they need a place where they can live with their grandchildren and have a peaceful place to live.
Pero esto vamos a esperar la voluntad de Dios, que Dios siga haciendo su obra a cada vida de ustedes y ustedes ven a ellos.
We are asking because we know that the will of God or that the grace of God through you is going to be watching for the needs of these people, and we appreciate that.
Y muchísimas gracias por estas palabras que yo estoy explicando con ustedes, que Dios toca su corazón de ustedes, suple su necesidad de cada uno de tercera edad.
Thank you, and I really appreciate the opportunity to share these words for you, and I ask that God will bless you and help you with wisdom in order to make decisions on behalf of these people, this community that we have in great need.
Gracias. Is this Ramon?
Cornelio.
Cornelio.
Cornelio, great. Gracias, Cornelio. Still looking for Ramon Senequi? I'd like you to put them right under here. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Well, I'm going to pass this along. The next speaker is Vicente Sayana, followed by Christian Landaverde. Is this Vicente?
Sí.
Gracias.
Yes. Hola. Hola, buenas noches.
Good evening.
Buenas noches, señora alcaldesa y miembros del consejo.
Good evening, Mayor and Madam Mayor and members of the council.
Mi nombre es Vicente Cian Alvarado, de 55 años de edad.
My name is Vicente Alvarado. I'm 55 years old.
Soy un campesino.
I am an agricultural worker.
Bueno, Yo soy uno de los afectados del tiroteo que pasó hace 3 años.
I am one of the people that was affected with the shooting 3 years ago.
Bueno, yo les doy gracias a ustedes, miembros del Consejo, y tanto como a ALAS y Kotsai Hop, que gracias a Dios no nos abandonaron y pues y por lo mismo pues yo
I give thanks to you and Alas because you have not abandoned us.
y por eso que pasó pues gracias a Dios yo califiqué para la vivienda que está aquí en Half Bay en Stone Pine.
And thanks to that, I qualified for the housing in Stone Pine.
Y también le doy gracias al condado, pues me han adquirido una bicicleta eléctrica para poder ir a mi trabajo.
And thank you also to the county because they have acquired and given me an electric bike in order to go to work.
Y bueno, cambiando de tema, este proyecto del 555 Kelly, la verdad para mí es un proyecto muy importante.
And for me, this project 555 Kelly is a very important project.
Porque, digamos, para mí me ha cambiado mucho la vida, digamos, en vivir en una casa digna.
Having a dignified house changed completely my life.
Entonces, así como yo pues estoy viviendo en una casa digna, entonces también todos los campesinos de la tercera edad que han trabajado mucho para esta comunidad, pues entonces ellos también necesitan también una vivienda digna para que ellos descansen.
All the people that have been working for long years here and are living in this, like in the third stage years, they deserve to have a dignified housing in order to rest and to live quietly.
Muchas gracias por la oportunidad de darme para expresarme.
Thank you for the opportunity that you are providing me to express myself.
Gracias. The next speaker is Christian Landaverde, followed by can you tell me what that is? Ruano is the last name. So Cristiano Landaverde, followed by Ruano.
I'm Christian.
Oh, okay.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My pleasure here. Thanks for your time. Thanks for opening that space. Just I want to say a little bit short comment. Just think about all the farm workers here. Make a story in town. One day, probably I can make a story in town too. Maybe I'll be the next mayor in Half Bay. You never know. Right? The dreams is alive. These people's dreamed for a whole long time, waiting for horrible houses. It's not only project like political or whatever. This is house. The houses make it hard. The houses make it feelings for everyone. You want to live together, everyone. I'm a part of the farm worker team in Dallas, and I'm in the fields every day, and I recognize all the faces because I work for my community, and I appreciate all the works the guys do here. Just make it your stories. It's in your hands. Don't waste the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a Ruano here? Okay. Could you pronounce your first name for me?
Yonuet.
Thank you.
Yonuet. Hola, mi nombre es Yonuet. Estas palabras están escritas a lo que he vivido y compartido con nuestros campesinos de Half Moon Bay. Y tal vez las emociones de estas palabras no se puedan traducir de igual manera a su significado.
these words have been written regarding to what I have lived, and I'm sharing with our farm workers from Half Moon Bay. Maybe the emotions of these words cannot be translated the same way with the same in the same meaning.
Un lugar para envejecer con dignidad en campos de oro, donde el sol brilla fuerte, trabajan y sueñan con esperanza y sin suerte. Adultos mayores con manos que han dado todo, merecen un hogar donde su edad sea celebrada. Con años de servicio, con historias que contar, merecen un lugar donde puedan descansar, un techo seguro, un espacio propio, donde puedan envejecer con dignidad y amor. Pero muchos viven en condiciones precarias, sin accesos a servicios, sin comodidades. La soledad y el miedo se apoderan de su alma, mientras luchan por un hogar que sea su calma. Es hora de actuar, de hacer justicia y equidad, de darles un lugar donde puedan vivir con dignidad, un lugar para envejecer con respeto y amor, donde puedan compartir su sabiduría y su corazón. Que sus manos arrugadas sean abrazadas con cariño, que sus historias sean escuchadas con respeto y cariño, que su vejez sea digna de su vida, que su vida sea celebrada en un hogar justo donde puedan vivir con esperanza, por una vivienda justa para nuestros adultos mayores.
A place where they can grow old with dignity, in golden fields where the sun shines strongly. They work, dream with hope and without lack. Elder people with hands that have given everything. They deserve a home where their age can be celebrated. With years of service, with stories to share, they deserve a place where they can rest. A roof, a safe roof, a space where they can grow old with dignity and love. But many live in precarious conditions, without access to services and commodities. This loneliness and fear, they take a hold of their souls while they are fighting for a home that would bring quietness to their lives. It's time to act, to make justice and equity, of giving them a place where they can live with dignity, a place where they can grow old with respect and love, where they can share their wisdom from their hearts, that their worked hands can be embraced with love, that their stories can be heard with respect and love, that their old age would be dignified and their life could be celebrated in a home where they can live with hope. We are asking for a just housing for our elders and agricultural workers.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Windsor Kincaid, followed by Melissa Guerrara.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Windsor Kincaid. I am a licensed clinical social worker. I'm a mental health therapist working with the incredible farm worker population here on the coast side. I've been working with this inspiring community for over 6 years. And this community, when you get to know them, if you haven't already, is incredibly wise and incredibly talented, deeply creative, and brilliant. Our senior farm workers here on the coast side also face significant mental health challenges, including high rates of depression, anxiety, and stress, driven by financial and housing instability. extreme isolation, and for older workers, chronic physical pain and injury after often decades, putting food on our tables. Senior farm workers here are particularly vulnerable to suicide, often linked to declining physical health, financial pressure, and lack of retirement housing security. 555 Kelly supports mental health by alleviating financial stress, reducing isolation, and providing a stable housing environment. It allows seniors to afford medication and food, fostering social connections, and increasing access to supportive services. Indeed, this housing project was designed with the extensive input of senior farm workers themselves. So can we listen to them? As a mental health professional and provider on the coast side, I urge you to support our community, improve our mental health and collective healing, allowing them to age with dignity and joy, and move forward with the lease agreement for 555 Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Guerrera, followed by Carmen Vercia or Verrera.
Sorry. Hello, my name is Melissa Guevara. First, I want to thank everyone for being here to talk about the farm worker housing at 555 Kelly. I'm truly excited to be a part of this work as a promotora and case manager with ALAS. Although I am new to this organization, I've been following the work of 555 Kelly as a local individual who has been born and raised here. I've seen how important access to housing is for farm workers on the coast, and this work is also personal to me. From my own family's experience, having access to stable housing, like the one at Stone Pine Housing, has made a huge difference for my family. It has helped relieve some of the stress my parents have carried in the last few years, especially while supporting a family member with a disability. Having the right resources didn't just meet a need for them, but it gave my family a peace of mind. Knowing we weren't alone and that there was support available to us during those difficult times. So to me and everyone here, I think that it really is just about making sure that our farm worker community feels supported, valued, and cared for, which is why I think 555 Kelly should get a passing vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Carmen, followed by Sandra Ascension.
Hello, and thank you. I'm Carmen Vesha. I grew up in San Carlos, and I've been working at ALAS on the farm worker team since October. And these past 6 months have already made a profound impact on me. Every day, I have the privilege of meeting the farm workers of this community. My own grandparents have passed away, but speaking with elders reminds me of them. I see my grandparents' faces in their faces. I see my grandparents' hands in their hands. My grandparents had the privilege of growing old in their own home, in the place where they raised their children, in the community that they loved and were a part of, close to their friends. They were able to grow old in comfort and in dignity, and it pains me to know that so many others' parents and grandparents don't have that same opportunity. They face the possibility of needing to leave the place they've called home for decades. Aging where you've lived and worked shouldn't have to be a privilege. Don't we all want our parents and grandparents to grow old in safety and security, in comfort and dignity? And don't we all want that for ourselves as we age? 555 Kelly could change lives, and you have the opportunity to make that dream a reality. I hope you will take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra, followed by Ashley Foster.
Good evening, City Council. Oop, I'll just hold it. My name is Sandra Ascension. I'm the Farm Worker Program Director at ALAS. And I'm deeply moved. I understand and acknowledge that leadership is difficult. And every day that we show up, that I show up to office with the great responsibility to lead our team. You just heard from a few of our amazing and incredible warriors that are championing the voice of our farm workers. They have their own voice. But as we empower them and empower each other, you also have the power and ability to make a change and continue this mission that we've all been a part of. I started at ALAS in 2022 in December, 2 weeks after the flooding happened, 2 weeks after the mass shooting happened, and it changed us all. I've worked very closely with several of you and our community partners to be able to ensure that tragedy like that never hits our community again. And that looks like partnership, it looks like unity, and I am so proud to see everybody here united because 555 Kelly is an answer to equity, inclusion, and speaks to the community that we are. I hope that you can look at these photos, look at these veggies that are hand cultivated locally here in our community, and give a home to our farm workers. You have that power, you have that leadership, and we trust in you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley, followed by Alejandra Navarro.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Foster, and I am a counselor that serves the coastside. Every day, the people who grow our food tirelessly, yet many of them struggle just to have a safe place to sleep. I'm here today to speak for the people that I serve, and not just that, but my family members. His picture is below. I've witnessed a lot of beautiful things on the coast, but one of them is our farm workers. They work so hard. They get up so early and they go to sleep so late. And they do everything for us. And they're one of the most underpaid people here on the coast that don't have a 401k like so many of us are so blessed to have, that don't have a high credit score. They cannot purchase a house like us. So what's gonna happen to them when they retire? Are we just gonna leave them on the streets? Because these are things that I think about for my family, for my people. And these are things that we're actually going through, you know? So for me not to be here tonight would be me abandoning my people, me abandoning the people that I help every day with the position that I have here in the community. And I just wanted to ask you guys to please consider helping those who help us that work so hard. It's really not too much to ask. I haven't seen anything being done with the property in I don't know how many years, you know? So why not? Please think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Alejandra, followed by Olivia Teeter.
Good evening, Mayor Rudak, members of City Council. My name is Alejandra Navarro, and I'm here representing Second Harvest of Silicon Valley. We are a food bank. I'm here today, though, to support the farm workers and the housing at 555 Kelly. While our mission at Second Harvest of Silicon Valley Food Bank is to end hunger in the community, we know that we're not going to be able to solve that by just distributing food alone. We need, as the need for safety net services continue to grow, we have this opportunity and we have this responsibility to collectively address other causes of hunger and other causes of instabilities. That is why we strongly support safe, clean, and affordable housing for our neighbors, especially for our farm workers who work tirelessly to grow and harvest the food that nourish us all. We've had the privilege to have this beautiful partnership with ALAS, and most are here today. We've got to meet some lovely farm workers We've worked directly on the farm, bringing health programs to where these farm workers live and where they work. I've got to see firsthand the less than ideal living conditions. At one farm in particular, we met 12 wonderful farm workers who all lived in a small little home. They've shared limited access to transportation and limited access to resources, making it incredibly difficult to prioritize their own health and their well-being. This is why housing matters. Without stable and safe housing, food insecurity, other insecurities in health are much harder to achieve. The development at 555 Kelly does represent more than housing. It represents stability and dignity and the opportunity for the farm workers to build a higher quality of life, allowing them not only to live, but to thrive. We at Second Harvest will continue to support the local farm workers. We stand with our campesinos. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Olivia Teeter, followed by Belinda Hernandez-Arriaga.
Thank you. My name is Olivia Teeter. I worked at Second Harvest at Silicon Valley for 9 years with Alex. And during my time there, the most heartbreaking part of my work was to see that the people who grew our food, processed our food, who did back-breaking work on behalf of my family and all of your families to bring us food, did not themselves have food, did not have sufficient food. And the problem of access is one of food as well as housing. It's really a moment in time when something can be done with this property at 55 Kelly to support and show try to reciprocate the generosity of the people who've done all this work for us. At Second Harvest, I observed the problems of access being about transportation, about housing, and about access to food. At times, we had to throw food over or pass it through fences to get food to people. Integrating our farm workers into the community is a valuable opportunity and one that should not be missed. And in this time when the federal government is causing so much harm to our farm worker neighbors and the people we depend on for food, it is an opportunity for Half Moon Bay to be a beacon, to be a model of what it looks like to show some gratitude and compassion for the people who are doing so much for us in the community, and let them be integrated into the community and be part of all of the goodness that they've given to us. Let's try to show some back to them. And I think this is a really beautiful opportunity for Half Moon Bay to demonstrate and be a model to this country of what it looks like to have compassion and gratitude for the people who do so much service for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Belinda, followed by Lawana Ceja Diaz.
Today you are called. Today you are called. You are called to truly see our farm workers. Those have been here today, have shared their hearts with you. You've been called to hear our community, to dream of what could be. Imagine farm worker housing for our beautiful seniors at 555 Kelly. Your legacy of what you decide will determine their future, will determine their well-being, will determine how they end their lives. I've met one by one with you and shared the hard work of our farm workers. You've seen their tears, their hard work. You've seen their struggle and their leadership in our community. Right now, we are seeing the criminalization of our Latinx community across the country. We are seeing the systemic violence that's painfully ripping families apart. And here in Half Moon Bay, we find ourselves in what we all have built as a cocoon of love, a cocoon of community, a cocoon of unidos. We have shown up with one another through this time with love. And since the day this RFP began, you've been here with us to listen, to share in the 4 years, meeting after meeting. And tonight, I'm asking you to make the difference, because today, you're called to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lawana Ceja Diaz, followed by Phoebe Verkat. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. Sure.
Sí, muy buenas noches.
Good evening.
Sí, pues mi nombre es Marisol Díaz.
My name is Marisol Diaz.
Él es mi esposo Javier.
He's my husband, Javier.
Yo quiero pues compartir la experiencia que nosotros como emigrantes hemos tenido aquí en este país, en esta ciudad.
I want to share the experience that we as immigrants have had in this city.
Todas las familias cuando venimos como inmigrantes, venimos buscando una mejor calidad de vida.
Every family that is coming here, or everyone that is coming here as immigrants, we are coming to find a better way of life.
Mi hermano, quien se llamaba Roberto Díaz, emigró aquí en el 1970, en los 70s.
My brother, Norberto Diaz, he immigrated here in the 70s.
Él fue una persona apasionada en la agricultura.
He was very passionate regarding agriculture.
Siempre con una sonrisa y amando lo que él hacía.
He was always with a smile and loving whatever he did.
Lástimamente, él padeció mucho una enfermedad en su corazón,
Unfortunately, he had a problem, a sickness in his heart,
la cual en espera de un trasplante murió en el 2023.
and waiting for a transplant, he died in 2023.
Él fue quien invitó a mi esposo a emigrar aquí.
He's the one that invited my husband to immigrate here.
Yo llegué aquí en el 2010.
I arrived here in 2010.
Y quiero decirles que realmente es tan difícil cuando uno llega y que tiene que vivir en viviendas compartidas.
And it is very hard when you come here and you have to live sharing your house.
Aparte de que son muy caras las rentas, el dinero de lo cual uno gana no alcanza más que para comer y para pagar rentas.
Besides the expensiveness of the houses that we have to rent here, the money that we make barely makes us provide to our food and paying rent.
Aparte de todo esto, el vivir en viviendas donde te restringen los espacios, te sientes como estuvieras prisionero en un cuarto, porque no hay derecho para nada.
And besides living in a house that is being shared, you have limits that you cannot trespass there, and you feel like you're a prisoner within that house.
Eso es lo que crea las enfermedades mentales que te trae a veces el estrés.
That is what produces that stress. That produces mental sickness that produces stress.
Depresión y ansiedad.
Depression and anxiety.
No tienes derecho a traer a nadie a la casa en la cual compartes.
You have no right to bring anybody to the house that you are sharing.
Fueron bastantes años, los primeros años muy difíciles para mi esposo y para mí, vivir en espacios tan reducidos sin derecho a nada.
It was very difficult and hard for my husband and me to be living in that condition when we couldn't share the space.
Y quiero decirles a ustedes que la vivienda aquí en Half Moon Bay es tan importante para tantas familias.
And I want to share with you that housing here is so much important for families.
Yo le doy gracias
Thank you.
a
I
Dios.
need you to wrap up. We have a lot more speakers this evening, but thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Council, I just quickly wanted to let you know that Ramon Sonoki, this is him, and he's not able to be here because of medical concerns, but he's been here at every meeting, so I just wanted to present him here to you all.
I'm going to take one more, and then we're going to switch for online speakers for a bit, and then come back to the pile I have here. So Phoebe Venkat.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City staff. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and thank you for all the community members that came out. I work at Alas, very proud to work there. I also serve on City Council in Foster City, but I'm here representing myself tonight, my voice. I am the proud daughter, American-born daughter of immigrants who came from China and Taiwan. So I see every day and understand the struggles, but also the joys that our campesino community have. After this meeting, I get to go home. I'm privileged. My mother's visiting in town. She's going to be hanging out with us. So she gets to spend time with us and her grandson, my son. A community's true strength and success is reflected in how it treats its most vulnerable community members. Our value as humans isn't or shouldn't be rooted in how much we produce for others, how much we suffer. People should not have to keep proving their trauma and their worth to be seen and heard. Housing, as we all know, is a root cause issue that exacerbates other systemic issues: food insecurity, mental health, homelessness, etc. Everyone deserves to live with dignity in safe and accessible housing, period. I ask you to continue to operate with a growth mindset, not from a reductive or extractive view, and not from fear. You have a wonderful opportunity here to change lives, generations of lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to a few online speakers. The next speaker is Katie Baruzzi. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly.
Hi, this is Katie Baruzzi. I'm calling from Menlo Park, where I serve on the Planning Commission, and my comments tonight are obviously not reflective of my official capacity as a Planning Commissioner. But I will say that as a Planning Commissioner, I do spend a lot of time looking at housing developments and hearing from affordable housing developers about what makes projects possible. And I want to say that delays, that charging more than a dollar for a ground lease, having to purchase land, reducing height, requiring more parking, all of these things just cause projects to become more expensive and ultimately infeasible, especially in a competitive funding environment. So I really hope you will stay the course on that front. Why am I calling into Half Moon Bay when I don't live in Half Moon Bay? First of all, because I think our housing crisis is regional. I too enjoy the Brussels sprouts that are grown in Half Moon Bay, and I come to buy my pumpkin there. But I also have a pretty personal connection to senior housing in Half Moon Bay. My husband's Aunt Mabu Bay, an immigrant from Iran who didn't speak much English, lived in the senior community on Main Street. And it was a wonderful place for her because she quickly found community with her neighbors. They played ping pong together. She loved being able to walk to town. She loved the independence. She couldn't drive. She loved being able to go walk on the beach when her son would come to visit. And it just, I'm so struck by the farm workers and talking about just this simple desire to live in dignity. Aging is such an undignified process that we will all, God willing, have to go through, get to go through. And it's just great when people are not trapped. It's great when we can provide opportunities for people to live in community together and get out into the sunshine. I've been struck by so many of the comments tonight, and it reminded me of a passage from the Hebrew Bible that was quoted in Hamilton.
Thank you, Katie.
All right.
We have to move on. Thank you. The next is Ken Chan.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Ken Chan, and I'm the Senior Organizer with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. On behalf of HLC, I'd like to express our support for the 555 Kelly Avenue proposal by Mercy Housing, a nonprofit with decades of experience building affordable senior homes in the Bay Area, including here in Half Moon Bay. I'd also like to highlight that when leaders like you make good housing policies and decisions, the housing system operates better, and we don't leave the survival of so many people to chance or to luck. Our system should help us plan for and provide the critical things that our committee members actually need to live, work, and thrive in Half Moon Bay. The 555 Kelly proposal can be a part of those plans, bringing 40 new affordable homes near downtown to some of your city's most vulnerable retired farm worker community members. Due to its location, these homes allow your residents to continue supporting the local community through their patronage of neighborhood shops, restaurants, and small businesses. You'll also be giving the very people who make your city such an attractive place to live access to dignified housing, allowing them to age in place gracefully, close to family, friends, and community. But this can only happen if you choose to invest in your people and help move it across the finish line. How you choose to respond matters. Not only will you help make Half Moon Bay an even more livable and welcoming place, but you'll also have the chance to make a positive historic impact on your community. We encourage you to seize this opportunity by approving the ground lease and an affordable housing property disposition agreement for the site. Don't let this moment pass you by. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. The next speaker is Mike Ferreira. Mike, are you there?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Ruddick and council members. Could you please clarify for me? I stepped away for maybe a minute less. Are we actually talking about an agenda item, or is this public comment generally? Can you tell me?
Madam Mayor, if I may, I'll respond. This is an agenda item for the study session for 555 Kelly.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
And the study session relates to the lease agreement and the affordable housing property disposition agreement.
All right, thank you. So, it's heart-wrenching to listen to people talk about a need for housing. And I think the city, the residents of this town have been supportive of affordable housing for a long time. And the original project that came forward met the city's ordinances. It met the RFQ. It was 4 stories, 40 units, and the requisite parking. But somewhere in time, it added a story and added square footage and reduced parking, etc. And all of that is with the artifice that it's a major transit stop, which is, artifice is a kind word to use. It's not being straight with people. And it sits there kind of like a rotting peach, all right? Or you could call it the feet of clay. The project, if it was still meeting city ordinances at 4 stories, 40 units, and the requisite parking, I think it would be much easier to move this along. Maybe that won't happen. Maybe the real problem is that there's 40,000 unfinanced affordable housing units in the state of California, and no one knows how.
You need to wrap it up, Mike.
When. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dan Haggerty.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
You can hear me? It's kind of quiet. I'm not sure.
We said yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Ms. Mayor and council members. I want to say, I listened to all of the emotional testimony. And for the record, I do support farm workers And I believe that, a lot of the situations that were described are true and, equal. There's other sections of the community that also has similar problems. So it is a problem. I will say that this project at hand, mainly because of the enormous cost, the money that could be used could be far more effective and widespread, reaching a greater amount of community in need with help. This project is right on Kelly Avenue, and I hear people say that parking is not a problem, but just like many other developments in the past, eventually, it just over the years, it becomes housing, and people will sublet, and there will be more and more cars.
Your time is up, Dan. Sorry. Sorry, your time is up.
Let it go to vote to the community. Thank you.
The next speaker is April Vargas. April, are you there?
Okay, I'll start. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I am April Vargas. I live in Montera. I want to start by thanking all the farm workers and your families for your courage and fortitude in coming forward tonight in person to this meeting to give us all an honest and candid understanding of your lives, your challenges, your hopes, and your strong connections to this community. As many have said, over the past 4 years, the 555 Kelly project has been extensively studied, reviewed, debated, and revised, as it should be. It's time now to approve the final agreements so that the planning and construction phases of this project can begin. As a couple of the previous speakers tonight have said, you have the ability to change the future for our farm working community and the entire community. It isn't easy, but it isn't impossible. And with your leadership and guidance, it will be done. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sophia Lane, followed by Willa Chapman.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity to speak here tonight. I'm Sophia Lane, a former local school board member and a Coastside resident for nearly 25 years. I live pretty close to this location and as well as 555 Kelly. I'm often riding my bike or walking around so that I can reduce my carbon footprint as well as traffic in the area. I'd simply like to say that it is time that we practice what we preach and that we help our neighbors in need. Not somewhere else, not tomorrow, but here and now. We are all well aware this housing is desperately needed so that people who have toiled hard for a lifetime growing our food can age in place near friends, family, and community. It would provide 40 small units in a convenient city-owned location, far short of the roughly 1,000 that we truly need. Is it a Goldilocks project? Of course not. There is no such thing. So no, it's not too tall. Yes, there will be plenty of parking. And yes, our farm workers and their families deserve it. Just imagine for a minute that this was not housing for elderly farm workers. Let's say it was luxury condominiums or a satellite office for local Google employees. Would the same objections about parking and building height be getting raised? I think we know the answer to that. This is a project our farm workers want. They've been coming here respectfully for 4 years, pleading with you. Respectfully, enough is enough. We can and we must move this project forward now. Thank you.
Thank you. Willa Chapman, followed by Spreck Rosecrans.
Greetings. Thank you for this hearing. There's not a whole lot left to say. If I am in full support of this project, and I encourage you to approve the draft agreements with Mercy Housing and get this show on the road. If it's approved today, it will be years before the housing is established and people can move in. I don't know about you, but the older I get, the more vulnerable I feel, and I have a home and a family that I live with. I can't imagine the toll it takes on any individual to have to come before this council year after year after year and just ask for what all of us deserve. Please move on this, get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Willett. Next speaker is Spreck Rosecrans, followed by Hal Bogner.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Spreck Rosecrans. I moved down here 3 years ago. I love Half Moon Bay. I love the coast. I love the downtown. This is a project that is sorely needed. It's much deserved, and it's the least we can do. Let's move forward with it. It's a great, great location for it. Please move forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Hale Bogner, followed by Edwina Malmberg.
Good evening, council members, staff, members of the community. First, it's just so heartwarming to see so many members of the community and to hear from so many. And I would hope that those who don't speak English can hear translations as well of what some of us are saying. I really appreciated hearing all of the translations that accompanied the Spanish speakers, since I'm not one. I myself am the grandson of 4 immigrants to this country who came here separately and have been in Half Moon Bay since 1992. I worked very hard to help save the Main Street Bridge, to keep CAL FIRE. I'm a huge community supporter and believer as a lifelong renter that we should keep the town affordable and make it possible for those of us who do not own here to live. I believe we need solutions at many levels, but I also believe that it's very important that decisions that affect the community in very large ways, and I believe establishing a 5-story building in a city with a 3-story height limit will not be the only 5-story building if it's approved and built. There will then be very little reason to not have more 5-story buildings approved. And I believe, like the Main Street Bridge and so on, that this is something which needs to go to the voters. When this came before council previously, I then led an effort which collected 1,000 signatures in 3 weeks from citizens of Half Moon Bay to have this placed on the ballot. We look forward to whatever work is done here, feeding the community discussion and leading eventually to an election in November in which the entire community can weigh in. And appreciate that on behalf of let Half Moon Bay voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Edwina Malmberg, followed by Antonio Lopez.
Buenas noches a todos. Es un gusto para mí estar aquí. Bueno, quisiera empezar saludándoles a toda la gente latina. Estoy súper contenta de verles. Good evening, Mayor. Oh, I will do it for myself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't worry. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Edwina Malmberg. I am an MPH candidate, Master of Public Health. I specialize in population health inequities, and I'm also a researcher with the Labor Occupational Health Program at UC Berkeley. This is a leading national organization on issues of workers in our country. I currently serve as a lead researcher for the California heat study, and some of my professional responsibilities which are relevant for this conversation, including analyzing some of the workforce issues. We know that farm workers are a vulnerable population, and so my role is evaluating the effectiveness of state policy. With that information, I just want to tell you that we all know this is a wonderful opportunity for this community, and this project really constitutes a critical public health intervention, but also an opportunity to really contribute to economic development. So as a social epidemiologist, I also want to share with you that we know the history of the US. There has been very complicated issues when it comes to migration, but something I want to highlight is that the U.S. government has provided wonderful resources for housing stability for many immigrants, many Europeans and Jewish in the past, and today you have the opportunity to redeem ourselves from that history. Let's support the Latin American indigenous workers present here today, the people alive, so that with the billions of dollars of federal housing available in the past, we can underwrite that history. Just to remind yourselves, from 1932 to 1964, I know maybe people don't know these specific facts, but less than 2% were allocated to non-white individuals. So let's do it. Let's put that money there where it matters. Thank you
so much. Antonio Lopez, followed by Marisol Diaz. Is Antonio Lopez here?
Antonio López, ¿está aquí? Oh, he may be outside.
Oh, we can do Marisol Diaz.
Marisol Diaz.
Marisol Diaz.
Oh, she already left.
Okay.
And she passed before.
Okay.
¿Necesita interpretación?
Okay. Sorry about that. I was teaching and was outside. Good evening, members of the council. I just want to underscore how important, do we have a timer or is it 10 minutes?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, all right. I just want to underscore how important it is, this project. And, I had the great pleasure of serving on the city council, my hometown, East Palo Alto. And we know that the issues of housing are a regional call. I had the great pleasure of a few years ago when one of the farm workers was unfortunately, killed, going to the funeral and going to Oaxaca and greeting the family members. And just when you think about what's at stake in this project, and I know that there is disputes between the size and the height, and these are things being in government that they can be teased out, they can be calibrated and measured and re-quantified. But I think at the heart of this project is about what message are we trying to send to the farm workers? What message are we sending to our community? What are the values we uphold? Who are the heroes in this climate and in this time where we have folks feeling unsafe, feeling afraid to go to their homes, their churches, their schools? This is an opportunity to tell the community, we stand with you, we see you, we're here to protect you, and we're here to make sure that the people who've literally bent over the fields to give the food that we provide can have a roof over their head. So I implore you to please say yes to this project, to modify it if need be, but at the heart of it is about standing with our farm worker community. And I hope that your better angels will appeal to you and move this project forward.
Thank you. Those are all the public comments that we have this evening. So we're now going to take a approximately 10-minute break. I don't have those slips. Sorry. Yeah. Maybe. So Chad, come up. Where are you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support this project, but I encourage the council not to be pressured by the momentum of this project. Nobody questions the need or that the farm workers deserve good housing. But this is a study session about the lease. So to review, the city has state-imposed housing requirements, and there are quite a framework of laws that surround those. And Mercy can help meet these. That's good, but we still need a good project. The staff report says that the draft deal points and documents do not represent or imply agreement between the city and Mercy. I think that's also good. That means we can negotiate from here. Since it'll be Matthew carrying on from here with the negotiations, I'd like to speak a bit to him. Start with that. We don't have an agreement with them yet. Negotiate for the city, not for the project. Mercy will come to this project even if some demands are put on it. So what should those demands be? I have a few suggestions. Demand a project impact review of some kind, and then maybe in 5 years. Mercy says everything's going to be fine, nothing to worry about, it's all going to be good. Okay, so let's check that, and let's hold them responsible for necessary remedies to whatever problems may be created by this, including parking. They have the money, we don't. Just to be sure we understand that, Mercy is a huge developer. They've got more than $4 billion in assets in their balance sheet. That's billion with a B. They've got $200 million in cash as of 2022. They can step up to this if they choose to do so. Also, demand some kind of a detailed cost breakdown to see why 40 small units cost $43.9 million to build, including $8.5 million in financing when they've already got most of the money secured. So also, 65 years, not 99 years. Don't give away all that land for a century. This council is trying hard, but nobody can see down the road 100 years. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Was there another person who also? Okay.
Madam Mayor, we did locate Chad's card.
Okay.
What was your name?
Leslie Robertson.
I think I saw that as well.
Somehow I missed those. Sorry.
It's okay. I'll be brief. I'm Leslie Robertson. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I wanted to thank everyone in the room for being here and showing passion, regardless of which side you're on. I want to talk about my own experience here in Half Moon Bay. I've lived here for 34 years. I've raised 2 children. I am as proud of our town as I can possibly be. I look at our new library and I'm bursting with pride. I look at the new John L. Carter Park and I burst with pride. I look at the murals on Main Street and I burst with pride. This situation does not make me proud. That the community that has fed my family and I for 34 years, that so many of them, when they reach retirement age, cannot live in dignity that I would expect for myself, for my parents, for my grandparents, that does not fill me with pride. So I'm asking you guys to do the right thing. I've been here for a bunch of the hearings, and it's time for us to move this along. Is it perfect? No. Is it good? Yes. Is it needed? Absolutely. And I beg you, move it forward, no more delays. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now take a 10-minute break. So item 2A, we're going to have a brief staff presentation, and then we're going to proceed with questions. We're going to seek information. So, City Manager.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we will try to move through this quickly, and we will be skipping some of the information in the slides in the interest of time. Probably provide a very quick overview of the project and negotiations. Our city attorney will talk about the proposed deal structure, including the 2 documents. The only additional policy consideration will be a funding allocation that we've received, and then we'll be seeking some direction on next steps. So again, all this information we already have, so I'll just really quickly share it. This is for retired and senior farm workers who are here on the coast, prioritize those that are here on the coast. The current proposed unit mix is 3 studios, 34 one-bedrooms, and 3 two-bedrooms, one of those being a manager unit. The max occupancy based on that unit mix is 86 individuals. This is just a rendering in context of the surrounding buildings. And with that, I'll turn it over to our city attorney.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. Denise Bazzano, Interim City Attorney. I'm joined on the Zoom call by my colleague, Lisa Maxwell, who's a member of Berk's Real Estate and Business Law Practice and Public Law Practice Group. Lisa and I worked on reviewing the agreements, both the Affordable Housing and Property Disposition Agreement and the lease agreement. And so I'm going to give you just a very brief overview of both documents and then touch upon the amendments that Lisa and I provided to Mercy, the back and forth with Mercy that ultimately resulted in the final draft documents that are before you this evening. So the Affordable Housing and Property Disposition Agreement is a contract between the city and the property owner, Mercy, as the developer, which governs the development, financing, and long-term operation of affordable housing at 555 Kelly. So this agreement basically provides key terms that the city will retain the ownership of the land, that Mercy will receive site control via a long-term ground lease, which is an attachment to the Affordable Housing and Property Disposition Agreement. It establishes terms and conditions on which the city will lease the property, and it obligates the developer to provide the city with a financing plan for the project and establishes the elements of that plan. Importantly, it provides affordability covenants and creates obligation of Mercy to enter into what we've characterized as a regulatory agreement, and that agreement provides the affordability covenants that will be recorded against the property. The AHPDA agreement terminates upon issuance of the temporary certificate of occupancy for the project. So this just summarizes Mercy's obligations and the affordability requirements. Mercy is required to construct the approved project, comply with all entitlements, the permits and design approvals, deliver the project within the defined timelines and milestones, and it does include provisions for default if Mercy does not comply with its obligations. It also includes, the AHPDA includes the affordability preferences, so senior and current or retired farm workers first, and then coast-side senior and current or retired farm workers second preference, and then the third preference is broader San Mateo County senior and current or retired farm workers. The ground lease overview, it's a lease that enables the Mercy to utilize the land, make the improvements on the land. It is a long-term lease. It is the term that we've identified in the lease is for 99 years. This was at the request of Mercy. The rent is for $1 per year, and that is fairly standard for this type of affordability agreement. It reinforces the affordability restrictions and preferences, conditions the acceptance of the property as is, so they are taking the property as is with no warranties. It allows the tenant, Mercy in this case, to construct the improvements at the Mercy's costs and in compliance with the plans and specifications and all applicable laws. The affordability covenants also apply. And it provides that Mercy would have to surrender the property upon termination or earlier expiration of the lease. It also has a number of standard provisions like insurance, indemnity, notice, those types of things that you would normally find in an agreement. So again, Mercy's responsibility, term of 99 years, the rent $1 per year, and the $1 is really a consideration. It's consideration for the city to receive that rent and binds the parties to the term of the agreement. Restrictions, again, 100% affordable. It requires Mercy to maintain and repair the improvements throughout the term of the agreement. And again, they must comply with all environmental laws and not use hazardous materials. So we prepared a few slides that summarize all of the changes, the more substantial changes that we made from the first draft agreement that we received from Mercy to the draft that you have before you today. A number of revisions were made by our office. And what we were looking at, and Lisa can explain more if you have questions, but we were primarily looking at the form of the documents to make sure they were satisfactory to us and consistent with standard practice. We were also looking at the entitlements to make sure that these documents were consistent with the entitlements to the project. And of course, we were trying to make the documents as favorable to the city as possible. So we made lots of revisions. I won't go through all of them, but I'll call out a couple. We revised the indemnity agreement to make it stronger for the city. We revised section 5.5 to provide that the developer bears all costs for remediation of hazardous materials. Section 7.2, we created a requirement that there be a separate regulatory agreement that referenced the affordability requirements and was recorded against the property. More revision summary for the AHPDA. Again, lots of changes. We updated the insurance requirements. The insurance requirements were reviewed by the city's insurance carrier. We also updated the closing costs to ensure that the ground lease and the regulatory agreement and all of the other documents were recorded and held by an escrow account, and that all of those documents, when the escrow account closed, were handled appropriately. In terms of revisions to the lease, they can be summarized as follows. Again, long list, and I won't go through all of them, but just a few that I will call out. We revised the term, as I mentioned, at the request of Mercy from 65 to 99 years. We clarified section 5.3 that requirements for surrender of the property upon termination at the expiration of the lease. So how would the property be surrendered when the lease terminates? We added provisions to explain how that would happen. We revised section 7.1 to specify that the tenant must construct the improvements in accordance with all of the other approved documents, such as the plans and specifications that were already approved as part of the project. Maintenance and repairs, we revised Article 10 to add various specific requirements regarding maintenance and repair obligations during the term of the lease. We wanted to make sure that they kept and maintained the property in good repair during the term. We revised Article 13 to clarify the tenant's obligations to restore the property if there were damage or destruction to the property during the term of the lease. We also revised section 22.6 regarding non-liability of the landlord to clarify that none of the landlord's personnel have personal liability to the tenant. And that is the end of the summary of those revisions. Again, there were a considerable amount of revisions, so I didn't want to go through all of them individually, but we are happy to answer questions if you have any about specific changes that we made during the review of the agreement and the lease agreement and the affordable housing and property disposition agreement.
Thank you, Denise. We're going to skip the slides about traffic and bike pedestrian safety and parking. Happy to answer questions about that, but in the interest of time and being able to focus on the agreements themselves, I think those could be saved for a different meeting. But again, happy to answer questions about that. And then the last thing I just want to share, we talked about this at the last meeting just briefly, but we are seeking some direction here. In the fiscal year 2023-24 state budget, the city received a $2 million earmark that was procured by our Senator Becker, specifically for farm worker housing and the 555 Kelly project. That funding is in our affordable housing fund, and it is set aside for 555 Kelly. Mercy had never requested these funds previously because they had funding through the county, through ARPA funds, to fund pre-development activities. Those funds have now expired, and so now they are seeking these funds so that they can continue the work. And our recommendation would be a grant agreement very similar to what we did with the county ARPA funds. It'd be a reimbursement basis so that we'd retain the funds in our affordable housing fund, and we'd spell out specific activities which would be reimbursed. And then there's a process whereby the Mercy would do the work, provide receipts, provide documentation, and then we would reimburse them. So we're looking for confirmation that that is an approach we could move forward and bring back to you for approval in the future, and timing for that. And with that, that's the end of the presentation. Obviously, Mercy is here. They are happy to answer any questions about any topics related to these agreements. We're happy to answer questions. There's additional slides that we can share to help illustrate some of the responses depending on the questions that you have tonight. And really, the time is yours to deliberate and ask questions. Thank you.
I'd like to, your presentation slide about changes, you said that basically the tenant has the right to inspect the property. I think you meant the landlord.
I think you were talking about Article 22. No.
I can't remember where it was now, but it was about inspection of the property, and it said,
Yes. So
tenant.
I don't know where that is on the slide, but there is an article 22.7, I think, that provides that the landlord, which would be the city, can inspect the property and including subtenants' units.
Yeah. You just want to make that correction, I think.
Yes.
On the slide.
It's not the tenant. Yeah. It's the city that gets to inspect.
Okay. Council members with questions for staff on the presentation?
Yeah. I'm not sure I understand this. I'm not sure I understand the $2 million thing. Could you go over that again?
Sure. Back in fiscal year 23-24, or was it 22-23? I guess it's 23-24 because it was after the shootings. Senator Becker, our state senator, reached out to us and asked if we needed financial support for projects going forward, as we often do. And we requested funding for affordable housing projects, citing 555 Kelly as a potential project. He was able to secure $2 million within the state budget for support of 555 Kelly. We received that funding through that budget, and that funding sits in our affordable housing fund. Again, it hadn't been requested previously by Mercy because they had other funding they could use for pre-development activities through the county. It came through us, but it was county ARPA funding. The ARPA funds those contracts have ended as of the end of 2025. And so Mercy is requesting access to the funds from Senator Becker to continue work on the project as it goes forward.
And we will get paid back. Or Mercy keeps the $2 million?
Well, we would retain the $2 million and they would just receive reimbursement as they spend it. So the $2 million would be set aside for the whole project. If for some reason they didn't spend all that money, they wouldn't receive it. But it would be a grant. It was a grant from the state towards the project. So it would be a contribution to the project from the state through us.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, well, I would start with the members of the ad hoc committee, if you want to comment on the documents first.
Well, great job going through a very long and complex document and finding all those areas. Really appreciate that. I think it reflects a number of the questions that came up from back in October. Not everything, but certainly on the lease agreements. So, yeah, I think it really helps us move forward and keep the momentum going at this point.
Yeah, I think it was a very, very complete review. It looks like an incredibly complete review. And I appreciate it and appreciative of the work that you've done. So thanks.
It would be great also if council can get those slides where you summarized all that. Ideally, before we have a meeting like this, it would also help to have those slides because there's a lot to look at there. Let's shot. So.
Councilmember Nagengast, would you like to start asking questions?
Well, and I racked my brain in the last 2 days going through this agreement, trying to find. I wish I would have had what you showed us. That would have been a tremendous help. You know, we had 3 meetings in 5 days. Okay, I'm going to go through, and it's just me maybe let loose of the past 2 meeting frustrations. You know, it's taken a lot out of us. I know staff too, but that was great slides, and I think that was one of my questions: is what probably should be, what kind of changes did we make based on what? You know, how did this whole process start? Whose agreement was it? What did Shoot do? How did then eventually you take over, and then how did the back and forth go? And who said what that should change an agreement? Right. So those were exactly information I wanted to see. Obviously, I haven't had a chance to digest it all. And maybe some of my questions might cover that, but I did the best I could to come up with questions because we're not approving an agreement. We're going through what these 2 agreements, 100-something pages, looks like. So, with that said, the first thing I want to start off with, I remember during the Planning Commission process, something came up about the number of meetings you could have regarding something. Does this count as a meeting for something?
I think that relates to the underlying project. Now we're in a phase where we're approving the lease agreement and an affordable housing property disposition agreement. There's no limitation on the number of meetings that can be held.
Okay. And then I really would have liked to seen an explanation for the community how the ENA, the AHPD, and the GL, how they work, how they're intertwined, why they're all necessary. Because we just throw a bunch of alphabets out to folks. And I was trying to understand, because I didn't know some of the language I thought in the AHPD went longer than a certificate of occupancy, right? So the AHPD governs the ground lease until you have your C of O, right? Certificate of occupancy. Yes, no?
Well, the AHPDA doesn't govern the ground lease. It includes the ground lease. It incorporates the ground lease as a document, and it's referenced in the AHPDA, but it doesn't. They're addressing different issues. The ground lease.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The ground lease governs the way in which the property will be leased to the tenant. Mm-hmm. The AHPDA governs the affordability requirements that govern essentially the project or the development.
But essentially, though, the AHPD is no longer necessary once you have a certificate of occupancy.
Right, so it terminates once a certificate of occupancy is issued. That's a term in the AHPDA, but there will be other regulatory, so there's also a regulatory agreement that records the affordability covenants that will still run with the land and govern the development itself, and to ensure that the affordability requirements are kept.
In the AHPD?
I'm sorry?
In the AHPD itself document or in the ground lease?
Well, both reference this regulatory agreement.
Right. Okay, so I'm trying to understand that because
So part of the reason we have the AHPDA is in order for Mercy to move forward with construction and getting to construction, they need to have a document that tells them how to move forward. And we don't want to enter into the lease or record covenants against the project until the project is actually moving forward. So that's why we have this document that kind of guides us forward. And then as milestones are hit, we execute the lease, we record the document, they get their certificate of occupancy, and now we just need the lease and the recorded covenants to move forward, with operation.
Right.
Am I oversimplifying that too much?
Well, not that you're oversimplifying, but I want to make sure that we're characterizing everything correctly. So I would ask, my colleague is on the phone, Lisa Maxwell. Madam Mayor, maybe it might be helpful to hear from her.
Yeah, and I just want to add that there's going to be these are really complex documents. People are going to ask questions. We're going to get some answers. Some aren't going to be answered. I think we should be taking notes because we want this in writing, next time, right? So we want to be recording this stuff. So that's all I would say right now.
Okay. Lisa?
Yes. Hi, Denise. Madam Mayor, City Council members, thank you for letting me address this evening. So the AHPDA and the ground lease are really work in a sequence. The AHPDA establishes conditions that Mercy as a developer must meet in order to have the opportunity to long-term lease the ground from the city. We do not want to enter into a long-term ground lease with Mercy or any developer for that matter, unless we know that they're ready to go with the project. And by that means they've got all the money, they've got all the entitlements, they're shovel ready. It seemed like I cut out, so I don't know if that was the case. But anyway, so the AHPDA creates the conditions that tell us when Mercy is actually ready to put a shovel in the ground and begin construction. And once that's the case, then we enter into the ground lease and give them the opportunity to proceed long-term with the project. The regulatory agreement is a third and separate document. It is strictly for purpose of documenting the affordability requirements that the city has placed on the project and making sure those get recorded against title of property so that anybody in the world who pulls a title report on this property can see that it's governed by that regulatory agreement and those affordability restrictions.
Okay.
I hope that helps. Let me know questions.
Yeah, it does. And I wish the agenda report would have some of this, but okay.
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt, but what I'm hearing from the mayor is some of these things are the things that we need to include in a future staff report when we bring this back so that it's really written down and clear for everybody.
Yeah, I think that's really important.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and I remember, I don't know when it was, but a while back, there was reference sometimes to Government Code 37380, that's about leases. There were, because we keep talking about different numbers, 55 years, 65 years, and 99 years. Because I looked, when I looked up 37380, it talks about, it says if city may lease property owned or held by it or any of its departments for not to exceed 55 years. And then it also says, though, then notwithstanding the 55-year limitation in subdivision A, there's an A and B, so I'm now into B. A city may lease property owned or held or controlled by it or any of its departments or boards for a period exceeding 55 years but not exceeding 99 years if all the following conditions are met. And it'll be like, there's four, do you know what code section I'm talking about? Yeah. So was something ever prepared for council on that? How we're meeting that? Do we have to meet that or no?
I'm not aware that anything was prepared for council on this particular statute, but certainly we can provide some insight to or advice to the council on this particular section.
Yeah, because I read in there's an ordinance that needs to be adopted. So, I mean, it was more than I imagined.
Uh-huh.
So, I don't know. I think it's important to understand this, because don't we have to follow these steps if we're going beyond 55 years? And didn't we already say we're doing 65 years?
There was an initial, I believe that ENA referenced 65 years, or there was an initial discussion about 65 years.
The ENA referenced 65 years, but extendable to 99 years. Right. Madam Mayor, our partners at Mercy have some information they can share about this, correct? Is that what you were waving at me for? Okay. Is it okay for them to share?
Yeah. The issue of Government Code Section 37380 is something that came up previously, and we looked into that. And basically, 37380, as you referenced, allows a city to lease land for a certain number of years under certain conditions if certain requirements are met. And that's a general grant of authority from the state to cities in order to be able to lease land. That is not the statute that authorizes a city to lease land to an affordable housing developer for affordable housing development. However, that's under a separate government code, Section 37364, which basically says that whenever the legislative body of a city determines that real property owned or to be purchased by the city can be used to provide affordable housing, then if the city determines that it's in the city's best interest to do so, it may sell, lease, or exchange the property for affordable housing development on whatever terms it finds acceptable. So it's, basically the code section that you referenced is intended to prevent cities from entering into the classic sweetheart deal where the city council gets together and leases property to one of its buddies for 99 years to operate some for-profit business. And so it's kind of an anti-corruption statute. But there is a separate statute that authorizes affordable housing development.
Well, thank you. Could I have our city attorney provide that same some kind of documentation on that?
Yes, we can certainly do that.
I appreciate that. Mm-hmm. Thank you. No offense, but I just...
You're welcome. I mean, this is something that came up with the previous city attorney, and we addressed it here before, and I'm happy to work with the city attorney to provide that information for you.
And what you just did, the why helps a lot. Oh, this was meant to be like an anti-corruption piece because crap like that used to happen. That's really valuable to know, so we can explain that to other folks simply that it's a good thing to be able to do that. So thank you.
Well, now, could you provide something on that? Okay. So, it's just, and then in no particular order. I've worked with agreements in basically public works, but also, mostly city agreements, never this type of agreement. And then I tend to go to what I know best first. I look at estimates, I look at costs, I look at who's responsible for what, I look at insurance things. So that's kind of, may seem a little scattered, but there's just how I decided to review the document. So I guess on attachment 5 and attachment 3 in the GL, so 5's the an APHD, it's the preliminary budget. You know, and some things are secured. I see 23 million unsecured. But I don't know if we'll know when that gets secured, or is that, you know, I assume I saw in there some of it's related to tax credits, right? And maybe there's a timing issue on that. But just kind of trying to get a status. I said it was applied, and maybe that comes later, you know, but I'm just curious in the preliminary budget, and then will we ever get a detailed financing plan? Because I've done this before on projects with developers, knowing how are they going to pay for, you know, okay, I got all this, how are you going to maintain it every year? You know, what's your costs versus in revenue? It's kind of like a detailed operating budget maybe, or a detailed financing, just to know how, you know, and how you estimated your costs. You know, that's why I made detail, have it broken down, because costs have not, you know, even in a couple of years, and I don't know how old this estimate is, but even in a couple of years, we've seen prices go crazy, post-COVID, and now, you know, whatever's happening around the world. So I just would like to, you know, get more of a breakdown and see, and you know, even if we going to require reserves. I didn't know on that. So,
Are you interested in answers to those questions right now?
well, I don't need them right now. These are my questions, but I would like to see a broken down budget, not just, you know, answer.
Right. You're talking about like a operating pro forma.
Yeah.
To show that it's actually financially feasible.
Yeah.
I don't know if someone from and going to your questions about the financing, they have very specific plans about how they're going to obtain those remaining funds. I don't know if you want to answer that now, or if you'd rather us include it as an attachment to the next staff report. Okay, yeah, please.
But I'm still going to want to.
Oh, are there more?
I still want an attachment, but
Yeah.
But on the budget, that was, you know, to get the detailed breakdowns.
Yeah.
You know, how all this is going to work. Because it was very tiny too, so I had to, but just curious.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you, Rami.
Okay, so the budget that you saw where we noted what has been secured or committed versus what is still for us to apply for, there are two main sources, I guess, if you will, that we would like to apply for this year and next year. And one is the county money. I think it's $7 million, $7.7 million. There's a county NOFA that's going to be issued this spring or summer. And so we were planning to apply for that. And then once we get the county commitment, then we will be able to go for the low-income housing tax credits. And there are several rounds that the state, you know, has for that kind of funding application. And so we probably would go in like early 2027 for the tax credits. So those are the two main pieces. We are also talking to the county about what's called an operating subsidy. So to your point about like, how is this going to operate? You know, we do have an operating budget, and it's time to update it because it's been, you know, several months since we've worked on it. But, you know, we have a property management and asset management team that is very well-versed in putting these budgets together. And we've been talking to the county about an operating subsidy that would allow us to lower the cost of the housing, so basically lower the actual rents that the senior households would pay, but still allow us to have sufficient subsidy to be able to properly manage the building and pay the insurance and the utilities and, you know, maintenance, the full cost of the operating. So we've had some very positive discussions with the housing staff there, and are planning to apply for that as well. And I will just say, like, I totally understand your confusion about the ENA and then the HPDA and then the ground lease. And, you know, it's a very typical structure for us to work with a city like Half Moon Bay or San Francisco, where we're in, you know, we have an ENA. We are using that time in that ENA period to assemble the financing, go after financing, you know, design the building, and then we negotiate an AHPDA, or sometimes it's called a DDA in other cities, where we basically, like, you know, you tell us what our obligations are, kind of what our promises are for you to be able to say, okay, I feel comfortable now that you have met these conditions, you've secured your financing, you've proven that this development is viable, and now I'm gonna say, yes, we can sign the ground lease. And the ground lease is only signed when we are ready to start construction. So we have all of our money in place, and we are ready, we have the permits in place, and we're ready to start construction. And that's when we sign the ground lease with the city. So it's kind of like a stepped process is usually how the ENA and then the AHPDA and the ground lease work in the cities that we work with.
So we're not going to sign the ground lease.
Right, you're not going to sign it until we have put all the money together, and you look at the financing plan, right? And you say, okay, Mercy, you got all this. You got your tax credits, you got your county money, you got your operating subsidy, you got your building permit, you are ready to start construction. Now it's time to sign the ground lease.
Okay, well, it helps.
But
I didn't understand. I mean, it's, okay.
I was just going to say, we want to come to terms on the ground lease now. It's possible that there will need to be some renegotiation when we get to that point, but we need to have the base established now so that everybody knows what we're heading towards when we sign the
So does the ground lease and AHPDA have to match? I mean, do they have to say the same things in there? There shouldn't be conflicts in there, right?
Yeah.
There's no conflicts. They conform to one another.
But is there going to be like a standard thing that if there's maybe inconsistencies, ground lease eventually will govern, but we don't know that it won't govern until we sign it, and we won't sign it until they're ready to start, or right, certificate of occupancy.
Right. I think I understand what you're saying, but yes, so the ground lease won't govern until it's executed.
Which will happen once they're completed their building.
Right. Once all the conditions for the AHPDA have been met.
Which is complete. Right. The certificate of occupancy is in there, right? The AHPDA.
There is a requirement in the AHPDA. Yes, it terminates when there's a certificate of occupancy.
So that's when.
But I think he's asking when in the process does the lease get signed? Is it before construction, after construction?
Oh, I see. Lisa, can you answer that question?
When it gets executed.
Yeah, it's when the conditions are satisfied that the representative from Mercy was just describing also, and that I had mentioned, and you're satisfied that they have done everything that allow them to take the project from beginning of construction to the end successfully. So it would be at the beginning of construction. And then the two documents would work in tandem for the period they were still in effect until the COO was obtained.
Okay. And if there's inconsistencies, which one would govern? Is there a hierarchy in these? They don't
really cover the same topics. Okay. So I don't believe that's an issue. Right. We've really tried to focus on their consistency and the fact that they will work together successfully.
Okay. All right. I'm getting to understand a little better, but.
You're saying sometimes in agreements there will be a statement that says, you know, if there's any conflict between, you know, amongst the exhibits and the terms of the agreement actually prevail. That type of statement, as Lisa mentioned, we don't think is necessary here because they are supposed to work together. We don't see any potential for inconsistency. But maybe we could, Lisa, maybe we could think about whether or not some sort of provision could be added.
Because AHPD starts the process. Well, the ENA actually started it. AHPD starts this. They decide they're starting to meet the conditions of AHPD. That means they had the funding. We're satisfied they have an operating budget, right? And then they start construction, and then we sign the ground lease before construction, and then the two operate together. And then once the final condition, hopefully, of the HPD is C of O, right? Certificate of occupancy. And then then the ground lease then totally remains whatever the term of the agreement is. The lease agreement, yeah. Okay. All right.
Excuse me, I would wait, but I have sort of a follow-up question to this discussion. So how does Government Code Section 37380 fit in here? Because that says, the city may enter into a lease exceeding 55 years, but not exceeding 99 years if all of the following conditions are met. It talks about reviewing market conditions, but it says that any lease entered into pursuant to this section shall be authorized by an ordinance adopted by the legislative body, not just simply a signed agreement. And it says the ordinance shall be subject to referendum in the manner prescribed by law for ordinances of cities. So you have to hold a public hearing, and you have to periodically review the agreement. So I don't see anything about that in either of the documents. And I'm just wondering, so, you get through the AD, Affordable Housing Disposition Agreement, and then do the ground lease, but then the ground lease is an ordinance that shall be subject to referendum. So how does that work?
I mean, I'm sorry, Lisa, did you want to say something?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I wasn't, no.
So I think what I've been operating under and what you heard from Mercy was that a different government code section relating to affordability projects governs. And so
I have seen nothing that says that anywhere in government code.
Yeah.
So I think you need to document that and provide a rationale for that, because they're separate code sections. There's nothing that says here in this current government code that it is trumped by some other government code.
Right, and we can definitely provide that analysis, yes. But I think that's what everybody was operating under, was just that there was a different government code section that applied to affordability agreements, affordability housing, and that section governed.
Well, you need to provide that code, because I know what code you're thinking about. I have that. I don't know if I have it here, but there's nothing in there about this. These are two separate government code things, and it doesn't say in this that it does not apply to affordable housing projects or a project subject to the ADHPA, whatever you call it. I'll call it the AH. So I'm going to need documentation about that.
Yes, and I've indicated that I will definitely provide that to the council.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was what I was hinting at earlier, I thought. Yeah. So, definitions. I can't tell you how many times, if you don't, and even I've experienced something defined in an actual agreement, how we can argue about that, what that really meant, what they really meant when they wrote that. But I'm just thinking just have an idea, because I've seen different language, different words used in both agreements, and I didn't see definitions for them. And I don't know, that may make and I'll get to them here, because, we keep talking about San Mateo County, Half Moon Bay first, San Mateo County, to keep it local. but I didn't see definitions for, and I have a list of them here, senior, agricultural worker, living in. I never seen the term living in an agreement. Normally it's reside. I always thought reside was a term we used, but I didn't see definitions. Spouse, head of household, or retired. And I can go over them again if you want, but it's just, I see those terms used, and if we don't define them, I'm trying to minimize, I know things can always happen, but I'm trying to minimize the potential of, that's not what we meant. Well, if it's spelled out as clear as we can make it, then it's clear that's exactly what we meant. Of course, 80 years from now, I don't know, but if we can have them in there. That. Yeah, and I know this goes back to, we've always talked about to try to keep as local as possible, but there was language in there that the tenant may be, the type of tenant may be subject to federal, state grants requirements. Now, I don't see any federal dollars associated with this project yet, but I just know, you know, and maybe we don't know yet, but we just have to make sure if we know the type of requirements for the type of funding that's required, whether it's
Does she need water?
so, because to me, depending on your funding may change the type of tenant you can have, you know, or I shouldn't say type, location, because we've been trying to keep it as local as possible. Well, we'd like it all local, you know, forget possible, I'll just keep it local, but I know the type of funding can dictate what you know, requirements, I get that, so that but I didn't know if there is other funding, but if other funding does happen, we need to make sure we've covered ourselves, right? So I was trying to understand then, allowing there was a section in the HPD allowing rent increases after 55 years, and it says to satisfy residual analysis by Mercy or investors. You know, and I was trying to totally understand what that means. I don't know that. I'm not familiar with that.
What section are you reading? Councilmember
Section
Knapp?
11 in the HPD.
HPDA.
And then I didn't know if it needed to be in the ground lease.
It's in the regulatory agreement as well.
Oh, it is? Okay, so then what does it mean?
Denise, would you like me to address that?
Yes, please.
Certainly. So that is a concept that it needs to be included for purposes of project financing. We've had long, complicated conversations with Mercy about it. We understand your concerns because we all want to make sure that this affordable housing project is just what we plan for it to be all 99 years. But there's some limitations on ability to get financing unless the developer can assure its potential funding sources like banks that it has the ability to pay off the debt at 55 years. And if it does, oftentimes these projects are fairly lean, and without that language and that possible change at 55 years, the bank will not credibly believe that they can pay the loans off. So we include this language. As you'll see, though, in the regulatory agreement, it then also makes clear that though potentially there could be some changes to the affordability level, the affordability has to be maintained. That it can't become a market rate project. So we're trying to create protections for the city while also allowing the developer an opportunity to get the funding it needs to get this project done. And these are very common, this type of language in these agreements.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Nagan-Guest, I do want to add for the council and members of the public, the regulatory agreement is not included in the package. It is still, we're still working out the final terms for that agreement. So it's not part of the package this evening.
So there's another agreement.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay, that comes when?
Very soon. I think we just are working out the last of the provisions.
Are there any more? It'd be nice to, okay, can I request that we get all lists of all agreements that are going to be associated with this project? Because that's another one, right?
Yes, so that's another agreement. There will be other agreements that, yes, not related to the lease or the affordable housing disposition, property disposition agreement, but other agreements that may be necessary, like encroachment agreements or
Yeah, the
licensing.
encroachment permit, but regulatory, is that related to the ground lease?
Yeah, the last one is the regulatory agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then I went back to, the insurance requirements. Just if I could, it's going back to that detailed breakdown of how much was estimated that insurance will cost. Especially now, 2 years ago, we didn't have high fire area, now we do. I don't know what that does, and I don't know if these type of projects have earthquake insurance or not. I don't know, because at one point we talked about the type of fill. Yeah, but that's part, yeah, sure. I don't know if that, yes, no, I need a breakdown. I have a cost breakdown, but I don't know what's required. Maybe that's the question, what's required for insurance purposes?
And if I understand what you're asking is, there are insurance requirements in these documents. They were modified by the city based on the review of our insurance pool, Plan JPA, and included in these documents. Is that accounted for in their cost estimates for ongoing operations?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
The answer is yes.
Yeah, so
and when we get a detailed breakdown, you can see that. Yeah.
Because I just oh my God, we're talking about high fire severity now. How does that come into play now? But thanks. Yeah, I'd like to see. The other thing, just in general, I think I would be uncomfortable making decisions, the community development director making decisions on this project. I think as a council member, I would like the community development director to recommend things that may come to the city council to approve. But I don't know if the community development director should be, and that's how it was defined in here, make all decisions related to this project in the future. And I just, we don't know who our community development directors are going to be in 99 years and 2 years. Yeah. True.
Well, don't say not in 2 years, please. We really like Leslie. And we can talk about those specific details, but there's language in here which most of our contracts include some language where you are delegating some authority to staff to make some decisions going forward, just out of the need for expediency and getting things done. And so I think the bigger question is, what are those decisions that are being delegated, and make sure you're comfortable with them.
Yes, and maybe can we paint our rooms brown? Yeah, I don't care. I don't want to know that. But maybe there's a threshold or something we could identify when it should come back to council.
I think there's a discussion to be had about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to pile on there. That doesn't work for me, community development director. First of all, she may have, expertise on permitting and enforcing conditions of approval and that kind of a thing. I don't see that she has any experience, approving major financial instruments or changes in mortgages or any of that stuff. So I don't want that language at all. And I don't want it insulated from the city council, from who are accountable to the people.
Right.
So you're going to have to come up with another approach, because I want to prove it with that.
So if I may, Madam Mayor, just to clarify, I mean, that as the city manager indicated, it is pretty standard to have a city staff member identified in the lease or any type of instrument, so that decisions relating to that document don't have to come back to council for everything, like, for example, a determination on prevailing wages or insurance confirmation of insurance requirements. So are you saying that you don't want any staff member identified as that relevant context? So like if we changed to the city manager, would that be more satisfactory?
I think so. You want it to be somebody, an at-will employee, somebody who's accountable to the council, who's accountable to the public. And there needs to be a pathway for certain kinds of decisions to come directly to the city council. Our community development director has a lot on their plate now, and various department heads are, very busy. So I don't want to take away from her job managing planning and building. And I think it should be an executive level decision. Maybe you want to have Burke or the city attorney have some role in it to review documents. Maybe you want to hire specialized legal counsel or specialized financial consultants, but it needs to be somebody who's accountable. I won't accept the community development director.
Yeah, I'd be interested in what other cities do. I mean, you need a point of contact, because we are the landlord. But of course, you want to say, is there a name behind this landlord? How do I contact the landlord? So maybe just a little more explanation of how that works in other cities, so we get an idea. Because obviously that person would be conferring with legal and other staff. Just what that picture looks like, so we get a better idea to answer the mayor's question on that or concerns.
And I don't think there's no concern with changing the title of the city manager. I would say that the language is in there because it is typical of other cities, but other cities have different approaches, and there's no reason why it can't say city manager. And obviously, I as a city manager, and I would assume other city managers, would confer with the community development director and the public works director and the city engineer and with the attorney in making those decisions. But I understand the accountability piece, and I don't think there's any issue with that. So, yeah.
To me, thresholds are important, right? When is it over your head?
Well,
not that anything is.
I don't think we're going to be able to come up with like a metric, because the decisions are all very different. And so part of it may just be, as you look at this, are there decisions where you're like, whoa, I'm uncomfortable with that decision being at the staff level. And then we can talk about the logistics of it not being at the staff level and what that might mean in actual, application.
Yeah, I mean, some elected officials want plausible deniability. But I think if you're a good elected official, you want accountability, so, yeah.
And again, I mean, you delegate a lot to myself and to staff to make decisions across all areas of government, and so that's what's being done here. But there are certain things you don't delegate, and I think that's what we've got to determine. Obviously modifying the agreement is not, delegated to me. So, there's other things.
Yeah, just listen to this, though. So right now, it would give her authority on construction issues.
Well, let's just say give me authority at this point, because we'll change that.
But I just want to support my feeling here. So it says, the director will have final approval and decision-making authority over extensive matters, for example, construction issues, financing terms, project budgets, management agreements, mortgage loan issues, building alterations, insurance requirements, and agreement modifications. You see my point? Yeah.
Okay. So next is a community serving space. And I thought I heard there might be a sublease agreement or now, and I heard subleases again being brought up. Are subleases okay for rental units or just for the community serving space?
No, it's very specific about a sublease for the community serving space because Mercy hires a third-party nonprofit to provide services. When we're talking about the individual units, no, subleasing would.
There's no subleasing for individual units.
Well, it does, so, sorry, just to clarify, that does reference subtenancies for the rented units.
But do we want that?
But they would be, Mercy would be subleasing the units, so technically they are subtenancies.
The tenants that come in and live in here are going to be subtenants of Mercy.
I'm going to make sure it's clear. We're talking about Mercy versus or whoever owns Mercy to a tenant. To me. But technically, if Mercy owns it, they are. Why aren't they just leasing it? It's using that term sublease.
They are leasing the property from us.
I tell you, using that term sublease is going to cause angst.
I would definitely clarify what it means. Yeah.
Right. The concern that Chad brought up earlier was a tenant can't start subletting, right? That was the concern. So, but if people start seeing terms sublease, et cetera, let's just be clear what it means. And you're also allowed to say what it doesn't mean. You know, this does not mean a tenant can sublease. Why not be crystal clear on that point, right? Yeah.
You know, maybe it goes in the definition. I don't see a definition for a sublease. Maybe that's where it belongs. But, and then I didn't know if there was a document for, right now it's all laws in there, that's going to be using the community serving space. That's what it's called, right? Community. So one document I read, the HPD says at least 16 weekday hours per week. The GL says up to 16 hours per week. Those are two different periods of time. And then also, we need to define what a week is. I came here for my job today. We consider a weekend Friday, Saturday, Sundays now. So I don't know, we should define what a week is. So we know, is it Monday through Thursday or Monday through Friday? But again, to me, those are two different periods of time, up to or at least. And it was like, because in whatever we have for that use, I'm bringing this up because this did not go through the typical planning commission process where we authorize uses based on what it is they're doing. So we know time of day, hours, number of people. We have none of this. To me, it's a big unknown what exactly is going to occur there, to me. Now, maybe Mercy has something, we're working together, and there's a document. I thought I heard, in fact, tonight there might be a document that prepared.
I don't know.
Maybe that was a different, I thought there might be something.
Relating to the community serving space?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of anything. Maybe Mercy has something?
Is there, no. But could we have something sooner than later to see what that would be?
Something about what the use is.
How and what they're using it for. What's the intended? I mean, I've read what's in the agreement, but is there more specific? And then that's where I started seeing the hours. And I was like, well, okay, which one governed here?
Councilmember Nagenguest, as part of the ad hoc committee, we worked out an agreement with Mercy that the city would have ownership for 16 hours a week. And the city could then decide how to use that space. It's not up to Mercy to decide how to use that space. It's up to the city.
So this is different than what a loss use of it. So this is totally separate. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I guess it wasn't clear to me. Can we clear that up, what that's meant by that? Because I was confused.
What's meant by, I'm sorry, what?
Who apparently I'm hearing now that the 16 hours, whether it's up to or at least, is City of Half Moon Bay's use that controls the use of that.
I see. Well, we can certainly clarify that. That's not my understanding, but we can certainly clarify that.
Okay. I mean, it would help because I couldn't understand in the agreements then.
Mm-hmm.
That was our understanding as an ad hoc committee, that the city would have jurisdiction over what happened during those 16 hours. That it was not up to Mercy and it was not up to anybody else. It was not up to ALAS, it was up to us.
Yeah.
And it was 16 hours, not up to 16 hours.
And I don't think, so I'm looking at provision 17.2, and Alice is the initial operator of the community serving space, and it doesn't specify, I see the 16 hours, but it doesn't specify that the city controls that space for 16 hours.
It should.
Okay.
Right, the idea is that the city would have an option for other community activities, et cetera. Might not exercise that option, but at least reserve that we would have that potential control.
It's much like the community room at the library, which is managed by the library during operating hours, and then the city manages it in the evenings and other times. So we can definitely work on spelling that out better in this agreement.
Can I just add? So in the ENA that was approved in January of 2025, Mercy was required to negotiate with the city the terms of any sublease of space within the development to ALAS for the purpose of providing specific resident and community services and activities. So I think we want to see that sublease. We may have negotiated a time, but it seems to me we need something a little more robust in terms of what the sublease looks like.
And you'd like to see that as part of these documents?
Yeah, I think it should be, yeah. And it was required as part of the ENA extension. So, we should get this and see this, yeah.
Yeah, I'm done. And can I get the PowerPoint presentation?
Yeah, we'll send it to you.
Thank you.
So just to clarify for people, what we're discussing is a 99-year draft contract on city-owned property. So there's a segment in the ground lease agreement that says when you're approving this, that you have to certify that you read everything and understand everything in this document. So that's one of the reasons, we're doing homework here and asking a lot of questions, because we need to understand what this all means before we agree to anything. So it's not to say we don't like farm workers, we don't want low-income housing, but this is an agreement that binds the city for 99 years. It's going to affect future city councils, future residents of the community, so we have to be careful here. So both I'm going to call it AH and then GL for the ground lease, have numerous provisions addressing a construction loan and then a possible takeout loan with extensive mortgagee protections and rights. So I understand you have a construction loan first and then a takeout loan for the rest of the term. But given the extensive discussion of loans and multiple mortgages and all that stuff, I just have a question, like, is this project likely to always have a secured long-term loan and debt service? We don't see that in the sort of financing plan. So that's a question that would be good to know. I think we want to have more information about whether there's going to be long-term institutional secured debt on our property. That's basically what I'm saying.
Is that a question you want answered
Yeah,
now?
yeah.
So I don't know, I don't have the answer for that. I would defer to Mercy.
Yeah, well, they can provide it in writing too, but I don't need them to answer on the fly tonight.
Okay.
But, yeah.
And if I can just clarify, Mercy, we will probably want to talk this offline, but in the financing document, I've always assumed where it talks about financing costs, construction interest and insurance, lender fees, and that's where that's captured? The debt service is captured there? Or is that something we would see in the pro forma, the operating pro forma? Okay, all right.
There's a lot of discussion of it in the ground lease. Yeah. And I mean, you may say we expect to fund this 100% with equity, but it would be interesting to know, like, is this property going to be, encumbered with long-term institutional debt and debt that might be collateralized and sold or bundled among multiple loan providers or mortgagees? I mean, I want to know how that affects our property and long-term. Mm-hmm. So, then I have a project budget question. So we haven't seen an operating budget with these documents. We got something a while back, let me see if I can find it, excuse me for a second. It had expenditures, but it didn't have the column for like cash in. Like what are the cash rows and columns? So you have what you expect to spend on things, but you don't show where that cash is coming from to pay those bills. Like there's nothing there about, the rent. So we need to see both sides of the operating budget, the balanced budget, if you will. And I think we need to see that, even if it's a draft, I think we need to see that, as we deliberate on these documents. And I noticed that the January 25 ENA said you would be updating financials, and you mentioned tonight that you're going to be doing that, so that's good. But it's going to be important in the operating budget to see both sides of the equation here. We want to know if it pencils out on an annual basis. And I don't see anything in the finances about debt service, and that you probably don't know that yet, but you might have some explanation of what that might be. We'd like to know what sort of debt you're going to be, carrying long term. I agree with Paul on the need to clarify some definitions, like it mentions a current or retired agricultural worker. So these documents talk about agricultural workers and not farm workers. So I think it'd be good to say an agricultural worker is it somebody who works in field agriculture. It includes people who work in nurseries, working with plants. What is an agricultural worker? And what does it mean to be retired? Could somebody retire from being an agricultural worker, but now they're an accountant someplace or in a different line of business? or is it somebody who is retired and they don't have another job? So it'd be interesting to know, what does retired mean?
Madam Mayor, if I might speak to that issue of the definitions and those particular terms, at least from my understanding, I believed that we would define these types of terms when the preferences were adopted by resolution or ordinance, when those are brought to the council and that is established. So in my mind, that's where the definitions were going to be, but we can certainly work on adding them to these documents.
Yeah, I think so. I think we want to,
that's fine.
We
can do that.
want, these are like cleanup things that make it clear and transparent, what we mean. Like tonight we talked about farm workers. This talks about agricultural workers. And, for us who sort of understand the lay of the land, it might not make a difference, but people who are thinking of applying or the public, do I qualify? I retired from a nursery, but now, I work as a nurse or whatever it is.
Yeah, I understand.
Is it for working people or is it for fully retired people? That kind of a thing.
Yes.
Then I agree with Paula, living versus residing. Residing might be a better use because it's more in keeping with a lot of other like legal documents and things like that. And so my other question was, we may have discussed this early on, so the preferences. So we might be trumped by certain funding sources. What's the likelihood that the local preferences might be trumped in some fashion, and we might have somebody maybe who works in Fresno, but they're now living here. So I'm just trying to clarify that. We already talked about the community serving space, the director role. So I think you've done this, but the insurance mortgagee protection terms, the post foreclosure provisions, and all the other loan-related terms, they're pretty complex. Did your real estate attorneys look very closely at this to make sure that?
I'll have her answer. Lisa, can you answer that question?
Yeah, I didn't get the beginning of the question. Particular terms that we look very closely at. Can you clarify for me which terms, please?
The insurance, for instance, the insurance policies discuss like no acceptable deductible amounts or specific conclusions. There's no discussion of riders or endorsements, increased coverages that might happen over time, over 99 years. Nothing about earthquake insurance. So, there are issues I think we need to consider about cities' lack of control over foreclosure transferees. I doubt that will happen because Mercy has a lot of properties. They're a big professional developer, but excess insurance coverage to address insurance construction. Mortgages required after periodic lease reviews. That whole section is very complex. I'm not sure what it means. But I need to know that you guys have looked closely at this.
Yes, our initial review of these documents and the way I typically approach it is, obviously I read every word, line in detail and try to think about whether, if I just looked at that, whether as a person who knows less about these documents than I currently do, would that make sense to me? So I try to be very thoughtful about the language and try to make it as understandable as possible. Regarding insurance, we ask the city's insurance expert broker to provide comments on that because we don't consider ourselves as expert on that area as the broker or the insurance agent would be. So we then get those and incorporate those. The other section, I think the other language that you're talking about regarding like debt and mortgagee protection, if I understand correctly.
Yeah.
That those are sections we look at very closely. We have to strike a balance between having them adequately protective of the city, but we also have to include language that allows Mercy to obtain financing, because lenders who loan on a project of this size will not do so unless they have rights preserved in the events of default and foreclosure. And so that's what we're trying to make sure. We don't want to create documents that turn out to be not financeable. So we include the protections that we think are appropriate for the city, and we have tried very hard to do that. Also recognizing that Mercy has to go out and do business and finish raising the funds.
Yeah, there's a lot of, sort of alarming phrases in there, like multiple secured loans, excess debt, non-institutional lenders. I guess that means private credit. And will the city have any review of these sorts of things? That's one of my concerns. And then it mentions covenant documents in the ground lease, section 16.9B, that can be recorded against the city's fee interest and be binding on the city for 99 years. Like, what are those?
So kind of to your original question of how much input will the city have, the city is going to be getting the financing plan and we'll get it updated over time as the financing plan becomes more solidified, because right now it's preliminary. And so, yes, you'll have input. You have to continue to review and approve that financing plan. And I'm looking at section 16.1.
The mayor asked about 16.9.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to get that in front of me. Okay, quickly. So on the 16.19, its liens and encumbrances could be potentially placed by the tenant, but only on its leasehold estate, not on the city's ground lease dirt fee interest. So say Mercy wanted to go out and secure a lien with its leasehold, that's potentially permittable, although the city would have to consent. But Mercy does not have the right to encumber the city's dirt, the property that the project will be constructed on.
Okay, I was talking about 16.9, not 19. So I just, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I think that's my answer there.
Yeah, and there is language I'm concerned about here, where it says, the city's obligation to take all actions and fully cooperate with Mercy's right to grant mortgages, assuming no cost to city. And that, I'm concerned about that, but I saw other language in there that said the city will not withhold, consent as long as what they're asking for is reasonable. I don't like that language. I think it binds the city too much. I think we want full rights of review and not feel like we have to approve everything. And if we don't, then somehow we're being obstructive. And that's mentioned in several different places in both documents. The city will not withhold consent. I have trouble with that language.
I understand your concern. I think Mercy's counter to that will be, and I'm not negotiating on behalf of Mercy. I'm simply telling you the kind of dialogues that we've had, are that we have to feel confident that we can go out and obtain financing, and that the city will be reasonable in approving it, because otherwise we can't carry out this project or meet our obligations.
Well, it didn't just apply there. It applied in other places in the ground lease for a lot of different things. So I think we want to look very carefully at that language and make sure that we're not being bound too much to, yeah, I get it. It's lawyerly language, but I'm just raising that concern.
Okay, thank you.
So Section 10.9B of the AH addresses the requirement for paying prevailing wages on the project if state law requires it. Irrespective of the law, would Mercy agree to pay prevailing wages, maybe enter into a project labor agreement? Is that something you thought about, irrespective of what state law says, or?
We do have two different state funding programs that we're committed. So the infill infrastructure grant and the Joe Cerna farm worker grant, those require us to pay prevailing wage.
Okay, good, thank you. So, both the affordable housing agreement and the ground lease have terms and conditions that overlap or address virtually the same issues, but have slightly different and sometimes inconsistent language. I think that was already brought up tonight. If the affordable housing agreement basically terminates at occupancy, why does it contain extensive post-occupancy terms and conditions relating to insurance affordability standards, lost payee status, mortgage issues, that sort of thing? You can look at the Affordable Housing Agreement section 10.5C and ground lease 9.3. It mentions the city is the lost payee under the builder's risk insurance loss, but under the mortgage section 13.4, it says the lender is the lost payee. So I'm just wondering, like, what controls there? Who's the lost payee when? And I know there's language in there that says, if there's any inconsistencies, the ground lease will prevail. But I think if we're going to do good lawyering here, I think the documents need to be consistent. That's what I'd recommend, looking at them and making sure, there's not a lot of conflict there. I do think you have potential legal vulnerability on Government Code Section 37380 issues. I mean, lawyers have raised that with me. So again, I think we need to look at that really carefully about what that means and provide the law, because I think we may be vulnerable there from what I'm hearing. So, and I think that's all the questions I have. Yeah, I think we do. So if there's no other questions here, are there members of the public who would like to address this item?
Oh, no, we've already taken public comment on
That's
this
enough?
item.
You don't have to take it now? Okay, all right. So is that sufficient for this particular item? We're going back and getting responses to a lot of different things and come back at a...
Yeah, I do wonder, just given everything that Mercy's heard, if there's anything you think should be clarified with council now versus working with staff and attorneys offline. Okay.
I can supply my list of questions, if that would be helpful in writing. Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Great.
Let me go back to the agenda here.
So it sounds like we're wrapping up this particular item. So I think going forward, what we'll do is, I've taken extensive notes. I think Denise has taken extensive notes. Mercy's taken extensive notes. We'll get any written comments based on this from you all. We'll sit down and we'll go through the agreements and figure out where and how to update those agreements. We can provide red line copies the next time we come back before council with this item. Is that? And the staff report will provide some of the more comprehensive responses that you've requested.
Let's see. Oh, I think we have to deal with.
Can I ask a quick question about what we just talked about? Because again, seeing that your responses, that part of your slideshow, if, once I get a chance to really review that, if I have some questions, is there a way I can provide it prior to, so it's included later, as part of the package that comes back to us? Let's say, because to me, there was new information given to me tonight I hadn't seen before. So, and I want to review it, but I might have some follow-ups on it. If I can.
Yes, of course, you can send them to me.
And then that could be included, but I want the rest of the council to know.
Yes, we can share your questions and the
I don't want
answers
us
with
to
the
seem like we're
council.
having our own little personal
Yes.
conversation, but I want the rest of the council to know.
Yes,
Okay.
that can be done.
So we still have the issue of the Becker funding. I think my issue goes back to 37380. I mean, do we need to discuss that first before transferring the money? Or I'm not sure whether there's any constraint on us from.
Well, and also share, my recommendation is not to just transfer the money. Instead, we would bring back to you a grant agreement, probably similar in form to the agreement we executed using the ARPA funds that we received from the county. It's very similar. We're just passing through funds, but we hold those funds and we only distribute based on approved expenditures, which would be spelled out in the grant agreement. So we could bring that back the next time we bring this item back.
Yep.
Okay.
And that would also have what the grant says you could do, how to spend it. And it wasn't just construction only, it's the project. I don't know what.
Yeah, the earmark didn't specify what component of the project, but certainly we would spell that out that, it could be used for pre-development. We could lay that out and work with Mercy to kind of estimate where they think it's going to go.
And then it's a reimbursement. It's not.
Correct.
We're not
Correct.
funding.
We would hold the funds, and that way, if they didn't need all the funds, something else happened, we're not clawing money back. It's just they take reimbursements as they've spent the money down under specific conditions, which is how we managed the ARPA grant with them before.
And maybe, I don't know if the attorney should opine on something that if we start tapping into that, is that kind of saying we have a project? I mean, I worry if, you start tapping into too much money, you're going down a rabbit hole. And I've heard some folks talking about things on a ballot. So I don't want us to get locked into something. And if that could be part of the presentation to us, what
one of the things I can do, we had an item last night on the agenda based on a different state earmark for a different affordable housing project, and I was able to do a consultation with HCD staff and talk through some scenarios with them, and then they kind of gave the thumbs up. No, you're fine under this type of an earmark. We can do the same thing for this before we come back with that agreement, so it's clear what we're allowed to do with this and how we're allowed to expend it and under what circumstances, for sure.
Councilmember Nagin, yes, we can also look at that from your perspective, the legal concern that you raised, and maybe there's some language that we could include in that type of agreement that just specifies that, it doesn't approve any other instruments like the lease agreement.
Okay. All right. Yes. Thank you.
All right. So I guess we can move to 3A. I'm going to do it till June. I don't like the idea of 6 months.
Great. Thank you, Maggie.
Okay. I think Paul does too, so let's let him talk about it. Okay, so this item is the 555 Kelly Avenue Affordable Housing Development Amendment to extend the exclusive negotiations agreement between the city and Mercy Housing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can make just a quick presentation overview and turn it over to discussion unless you had something up front.
No, go ahead.
Okay, great. Just for those in the room, the ENA, as we've talked about, is one of several documents that is helpful in moving forward a project like this. The ENA stands for Exclusive Negotiations Agreement. It's an agreement that starts on the front end, and you see, this, the RFP and the approval only happened in the summer of 2022. In October of 2022, one of the first agreements that was entered into related to this project was the first exclusive negotiations agreement between the city and Mercy. And it's a document that just generally spells out information about the project and starts a relationship between the city and the proposed developer to start moving into developing plans, design, outreach, all of those things that go into creating a project like this. And it just solidifies that relationship. It doesn't bind us to entering, to entitlements. It doesn't bind us to entering into these agreements that we're talking about tonight. It's a tool that just helps to clarify that there is a relationship and we're working towards a similar goal. And most importantly for Mercy, it's a tool that they often need to show funders that there is something here, that we are working towards something, that they have some level of exclusive control of the site while we're in these discussions. And we wouldn't enter into, say, another exclusive negotiations agreement with someone else at the same time. So the original ENA expired in October of 2024. It was allowed to expire at that time because at that point, the entitlements were in place, the coastal development permit had been approved and been through the appeals process, and we'd begun the process of actively negotiating on the terms that would eventually go into the HPDA and the lease. In January of 2025, Mercy, leading up to January of 2025, Mercy approached the city and said, look, because we haven't gotten to a point where we have these documents ready, we really need to enter into a second ENA so that we can show lenders funding that they had already been approved for and funding they wanted to apply for, that they had this relationship ongoing and we were continuing to negotiate in good faith. So that was approved in January of 2025. It was amended in April of 2025 to provide some really specific terms, and that's where the dollar per year amount was established, and the 65-year to 99-year lease term was established. Again, doesn't bind the city to those terms, doesn't bind anybody to those terms, but it shows that that is what has been discussed as where we're negotiating towards, which would be requirements of some of these funding sources. That agreement, that second ENA expires on April 1st of this year. And so we have been asked to extend that further so that, one, they can hold on to their existing funding for the project. And as was shared tonight, there are a couple of upcoming funding opportunities, both a county NOFA, which is a notice of funding availability. It's how they distribute their affordable housing funds, as well as the tax credits they want to begin to apply for, needing to have this in place. What we've talked about tonight and the recommendation is extending it for 6 months through the end of this fiscal year, which the hope is that would give us time to negotiate the agreements that we talked about tonight and any of the additional agreements, and ultimately vote on those and potentially enter into those agreements. And then allowing us an additional 6-month extension were there to be some sort of challenge, whether it be a referendum or something, to take it to the end of the year to get past the November ballot. So that's the recommendation before you tonight. As has been pointed out, there are certain requirements within the current ENA that are being negotiated right now, and we would need to continue to meet those requirements and continue negotiating on those in order to satisfy the terms of the ENA. And with that, happy to take any questions or provide any clarifications.
Yeah, I mean, so would legal counsel agree that this doesn't bind us to anything? I mean, I'm still concerned about 99 years as opposed to 65 years. I don't know how we got from 65 to 99. That wasn't really explained in the staff report or anything. So I think we need to hear that. You know, members of the public raised that issue tonight, and it is a long time. So.
Well, to answer your question, Madam Mayor, the exclusive negotiations agreement does specify that it doesn't bind the city. So it's explicitly in the agreement that it doesn't bind the city to any further instruments like the lease or approval of the lease or the affordable housing disposition agreement. In terms of how we got from 65 to 99, my understanding is that it was a request for mercy because that's what was necessary to obtain the funding for the project. But I'm sure they'd be happy to explain.
Yeah, well, I would include that discussion in the staff report for our next meeting for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to point out, so the, I don't know if this carries over into this amended agreement you're talking about, but the one signed in January of 2025 required certain good faith things be done, financing and costs of development within 45 days. Developer will provide the city with the most up-to-date financial analysis. Did we see that? I don't know. It says it could still be refined by parties during the negotiated period. Property management and supportive services. During this period, the parties will negotiate the terms of property management and any supportive service provisions, if any, which may be provided separately from the general resident services provided on site. I don't remember seeing anything like that. Then the ALAS sublease, we haven't seen that yet. So we committed to doing things in the ENA of January of 25. I think we need to get them done now under this extension.
Correct. And you know, in the upper part of that, it talks about negotiating the HPDA and the lease agreement, and then these other things go with it. We're obviously still working on those first two documents, and so we haven't dug into those other ones. But yes, those would need to go along with this as we move through this process.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I did say 45 days in here, so yeah, we need to get moving on these things, and the operating budget. Other discussion from council members, questions? Councilmember Nagangas.
Thank you. So they're going to need through December, aren't they? Didn't I hear their tax credits are going to be applied early 2027, or they're going to find out early 2027?
Well, and again, I'm happy to turn it over to Mercy. The idea for this is the ENA, you kind of like, you know, when you get a certain point, the lease prevails and you don't need the HPDA. It's the same deal. If we enter into the HPDA, you don't need the ENA anymore. It serves that purpose of providing that confirmation that there's a project and that we're working in good faith to move that project forward. So the idea with the schedule that's been proposed in this extension is 6 months gives us, you know, or the end of this fiscal year gives us several more months to keep working on these documents. And if we were able to enter into those documents before the end of the fiscal year, but then there was some sort of challenge that we were not able to actually enter into that HPDA, it still gives time for that process to play out, and they can continue to pursue funding.
Because I'm under the, you know, if I give you 8 months, you're going to take 8 months. If I give you 4 months, you'll take 4 months. To me, when I'm looking at things and then, oh, I'm going to give you a 6-month extension, well, then I have the time to do it. I tend to think, all right, what do you got by June? And then we'll bring it back again. All right, what do you have by October? I don't know, but if we're convinced this isn't binding to anything, but I'm afraid I heard early 2027, so that means we wouldn't be in APHD until then?
No. Again, the hope would be that we can work through these documents now, and that's actually, your thinking is exactly why we didn't just say, let's extend it through the end of the calendar year. Let's extend it through June, the end of June, and that gives us a timeline to try to finish these documents and get the council to a point where you can vote on it. And then if you approved it, you would need the extension only if there was some sort of challenge or the
But
referendum.
don't we need the funding in order to approve the APHD? Don't
No.
we have to show the funding secured?
No.
No. All right, well, I'm going to have to refresh my memory then on some of that. Okay, well, if we don't think it's, I just, because we're being accused of delaying this project. And that's what I alluded to earlier, some of the things that are being said. And I don't believe I'm delaying this project. Maybe that's, but I'm looking, trying to process and go through this. So, okay, I mean, if it's not binding and it's, we're comfortable.
Well, I have a question, though. So what happens if you don't get your tax credit funding? What do you do then? It's a very competitive process. What do you do if you don't get that money, which is about 23 million?
I think it's about 15. Off the top, yeah. Okay. Elaine says yes. We would try again. We would apply again.
It would be July of 2027, something like that?
Yeah, it depends. They don't have the same rounds every year, so we kind of make an estimate as to when they'll have their rounds. So usually like February, May, September.
And I guess they have two different kinds of rounds too, right? They have the 9% money and they have the 4%
Yeah,
money.
and so in this case, we would be going after the 9% tax credit.
And that's only offered, I think, once a year, because I think one's 9 and one's 4.
At least twice a year.
Twice, okay.
Yeah.
But does granting the ENA till the end of June versus December change the chance of getting that funding quicker approved?
No, I think we are in agreement with how city manager described. Like, we would love to get these documents done. And so I think we were thinking, let's have a June for this new ENA or an amendment. Let's have a June target, right? A June deadline, and see if we can really finalize these documents and get them approved. And so then we can move on to, other things like other documents that we have to work on with you, and then have that other 6 months in case there's a challenge.
Great.
So you wouldn't jump from the equity financing into a loan or anything like that? You would continue to seek tax credit financing, private equity financing instead of a loan or something like that?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think because the rents are going to be very affordable, it will be difficult to support a loan. The loans that you would see in our financing plan, which, we'll spell out more thoroughly than what is in the exhibit, they're really, they're government loans, and so their terms are pay us through, any excess cash flow. That's how you pay us back. So that's the kind of loans that we're going to have on 555 Kelly, and then we combine that with the 9% tax credit equity, and that's how we complete our financing.
June, yeah, sure. Do it. Go for it.
Great. So I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement to the second exclusive negotiations agreement, ENA, between the City of Half Moon Bay and Mercy Housing California, dated January 30th, 2025, by extending the ENA to June 30th, 2026, period. Right?
I'll second.
Is that what we're talking about?
No, we would still like to be able to extend it again in the case that.
If it happens.
Right. Yeah, and maybe that's a question is the ability for, say that again?
Why don't you bring it back? Go till end of June and then bring it back.
Oh, okay. Rather than, well, so one question would be, could we add a clarification that the city manager could further extend the ENA for 6 months if the DDLA has been approved, but there's a challenge? If it's just that we haven't gotten there, then we need to come back and talk to you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to make sure we're getting the documents we need to,
Right.
we want to push that, so,
Right.
yeah.
So are you comfortable if we were to modify the language to basically, the authority to extend it on my, for me to extend it is contingent on the DDLA being finalized and there being an external challenge that requires an extension versus we just haven't negotiated well enough? Or would you rather us just bring it back? Is that overcomplicated?
No. No? I didn't get it.
Can you give us a couple of minutes?
Do public comment?
Madam Mayor, while council is thinking in their heads about what the next move is going to be, I don't believe we have any cards, but we should check to make sure there's nobody that wants to comment
Absolutely.
on this item.
Yeah, I thought I'd just let him take his little pause here and then we'll, yeah.
Yes.
No, I checked my email this evening.
So, Madam Mayor, the deliberations have to be on the mic.
Yeah.
We can't have
Yeah.
sidebar
Right.
conversations.
No, I think let's take public comment first, or check for public comment then. Is there anyone in the room who would like to address the extension of the exclusive negotiating agreement? You can come to the podium now, or raise your hand online. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the council. So, Councilmember Nagagast, we've had a discussion here. Does that clarify where you are on this?
Right, whether it's, whether we stop it into June and we give the right to extend. I worry putting language into the reason why we would extend. That's kind of weird to me to say that. Why don't we, if we
Approve the time extension?
Or just approve it to June and then bring it back. I mean, if there's something, if we've approved the agreement, AHPD, and then there's something going on, I don't like putting that in the.
But the
city manager
DDLA? Yeah, I agree.
Suggested
Right.
to perhaps put some in there. If this happens, I don't like putting that in there per
Okay.
se. You know, I'd rather, if that's our concern, I'd rather just come back.
Well, Councilmember Brownstone was talking about maybe just doing it through the end of the year and authorizing that now.
Probably not, but I mean, but then it'd just be as recommended, just to get the authorized to extend it. 6 months.
Just we extend it till the end of the year.
And there's an advantage to that as opposed to letting the city manager do that?
Well, it covers the possibility of, the likelihood of a vote in November on a referendum. So it's covering it kind of through that, you know what I mean?
So you're, well, I guess it's just officially saying that even though we would be saying that, right? So we just say, yeah, go ahead, let it go through December 31st.
With direction that we work on these things like the operating budget, the allow sublease, and the things that we required on the January 25. Yeah.
But would those come sooner than later?
Yeah, they'll come back as we make progress on the DDL or the AHPDA and the lease agreement. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, can we make sure of that? Because if we didn't get the one back from 2025 required?
I think we want to see those things as part of consideration for the affordable housing agreement, not after the affordable housing agreement. We want to see.
We don't have to.
That's fine.
So that might be a reason to extend, Right. So I would go with Robert on this, just extend.
So let me read through the motion just to add it again. I move that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an amendment to the second exclusive negotiations agreement between the city of Half Moon Bay and Mercy Housing, California, dated January 30th, 2025, by extending the ENA to June 30th, 2026, and authorizing the city manager to further extend the ENA an additional 6 months.
I think what I heard was an amendment to that to eliminate after the last comma and changing the June 30th, 2026 to December 31st.
Can you put it up on the screen again?
Oh, I see. I got you what you're saying. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
I think that's what I heard. I think that's, yeah. Okay.
Let me try it again one more time. I move that we adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an amendment to the second exclusive negotiations agreement, ENA, between the city of Half Moon Bay and Mercy Housing, California, dated January 30th, 2025, by extending the ENA to December 31st, 2026. Whew. Second, anybody?
Second.
Should we take a vote?
I think we should take a roll call.
Why not?
Please.
Councilmember Brownstone,
Yes.
Councilmember Nagengast,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Penrose,
Yes.
Mayor Ruddick.
Yes.
Motion carries.
This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.